Yo, what's going on, guys? Happy Friday. Another beautiful day. Yo, what's up, Mimo? Yeah, I set up the starting screen so you can kind of see what I'm doing when I'm getting ready here. Today we are getting back into some more game development. Let's go ahead and get everything loaded up here. I hope everyone's doing well. Let's see. All right, now where did we leave off? I actually did some more work last night because I wanted to get all the boring stuff out of the way, so I could show off some more interesting stuff today, hopefully. Let's see, we'll switch over here. Let's get this open. So today we're going to try to make some progress on my game that I'm working on that was originally titled Midnight Sun, which Marvel's Midnight Sun stole the name from me, just so you guys know. It was mine first. Copyright infringement there. But yeah, I just need to wrap up some extra work that I was doing. Yeah, lawsuit incoming. Better watch out, Marvel. So there's a few more systems I need to work on that are very boring and I don't really want to show off because I don't think you guys will enjoy watching me just code for hours. But I really need to get this scene director working again. This is kind of my system that manages all of my scenes for me, and can do so with addressables as well. That way I actually only have one scene in the build. I think I need to revert some changes that I made to this project. It's been a while since I last opened it. No, this one. Let's see, what did I do last? So yeah, I started converting some stuff from the regular UI to the UI toolkit in this project, and then that's when I ran into some issues with animation. I actually found this really cool asset on the store I want to show off really quick. Which, by the way, they're having a $35 asset sale right now. Very cool. You guys should check that out. There's a few good things in there. Specifically, I think I found, while I was going through it, I found, where did that go? I guess I didn't save it. Let's see if I can find it really quick. Oh, it's like right on top. I found this UI toolkit bundle, and this seems to maybe solve a lot of the issues that I was having with UI toolkit with different animations and things. They have a blur built in. They have a visual scripting node system. They have a pretty cool UI toolkit particle system. So you can kind of see, like, here's the game scene. Oh, hold on, let's go back. Here's the game scene, and then here is the UI toolkit builder with all the particles working, and then here's like the final result. So some pretty cool stuff, actually. I'm thinking about picking this up. It looks like it might be a solution for some of the issues I was having with UI toolkit, since Unity kind of develops things, and then I feel like once it's in somewhat of a good place, they kind of just drop it for the next latest and greatest tool that they're working on, unfortunately. Yeah, anyways. So I'm thinking I'm gonna revert some of these changes here that I made to convert stuff to UI Toolkit. Sounds like my company. Gonna revert some of these changes, I think, and probably go back here. Is this on a different branch though? No, it's all the same branch. It's just I was playing around with Corgi Engine for a bit. I've owned Corgi Engine since like the beginning of me working in Unity. It was like one of the assets that was given to me as part of signing up for Unity Pro like years ago. And I've tried to use it a few times, and because it's pretty an all-in-one system that has a lot of good stuff. But what I don't like about it is it kind of forces you to use so much other assets and moving pieces. So you have to like use its loading screen, you have to like change all your layering settings and stuff. So you can see I pulled it in here. But I would prefer to do things without Corgi Engine, I think. Why is this like that? So let me actually close this project, because I need to revert some changes real quick, and then we'll open it back up, and let's see, did I change anything that I actually want to keep, though? I don't think so. I think I just upgraded the version of Unity for this. So let's just reset all that crap. And let's go back. Now let me double check these changes really quick. So I started converting some of these scenes to UI Toolkit, which I would actually really like to use. But as I was having issues, and specifically in this project is the project that I'm trying to use that sprite animation with a sprite sheet. And in fact, hold on, before I do make any changes, let me see if anyone has come up with a good solution for this yet. Or maybe UI Toolkit has been updated. How to animate in, so that's the problem too. When I Google for a lot of this, it just shows like animating the UI itself, which is all good and all. Hold on, resolved. Yeah, there's also no like DoTween support for it, which would be amazing. But you can do all that in UI Toolkit anyway. It's just a different solution. So, I mean, as of August, it looks like they're still working on it. Let's maybe jump to the end of this here. To timeline for animating UI Toolkit. It's not quite what I'm looking for, but that might be useful. See, I don't want to create like a helper animation class that has to add and remove different class names from UI Toolkit just to get my sprite sheet to animate. That seems like a lot of extra work just for a simple thing. Hello, can we go backwards, please? There we go. So four months ago. I guess I could use a render texture. I could have the sprite animator render to the render texture, and then render textures actually work in UI Toolkit. Or I guess I could make my sprite sheet a GIF. I think you were saying that. Correct, yeah. I want something similar to an animation component where it'll just cycle the sprites. UI Toolkit sprite sheet animation. So like UI Toolkit's like too new also, so it's hard to find information on solutions that people have come up with for this. Texture sheet animation module, what is this? Is this part of UI Toolkit though? This is for particle systems, I think. No, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Did you, no. Oh, wait a minute. So maybe this guy's figured it out. 1 minute tip. Let's see. We'll watch this together.
Since this is already an animated sprite sequence, we don't have to create an animation for our sprites. Instead, if we drag the sequence into our scene, Unity will automatically create the animation for us.
On subtitles
to do
too.
this, we need to expand our sprites. Then shift select the fire sprites 1 through 5. With our sequence selected, we can then drag it into the hierarchy of our scene. We will then be prompted to name and save our animation.
I thought I saw it say something UI Toolkit, but this does not look UI Toolkit related.
See the animation as it cycles through our sprites.
That was not UI Toolkit related. Alright, well, you know what? I'm just going to revert changes, and once there is a good solution for that, then we'll come back to that. But let me make sure what I actually changed here. Let's see, I updated that. There's that stuff for UI Toolkit. More stuff for UI Toolkit. Alright, I think we're okay to revert. Let's reset the current branch. Now, do I have the ability to force push that? I think I do. Now it's going to overwrite the Corgi engine one too. No, we do want that because that's where we're going to. Okay, I think I can force push and fix. Cool. All right. Now, let's close and reopen Unity here, Unity Hub, because sometimes it doesn't pick up those changes right away. And yeah, perfect. Okay, so we're a little outdated now. We gotta update to the latest. Oh, I think there's actually a new version that I could download today too. New version of Unity is available now. Yeah, let's get that installed. We don't need the Vision OS support. Blah blah blah. Have it do all that in the background. Get the music back up here. So I was using this like scene manager plugin, but I have my own system that does that I call Scene Director, and I wanted to swap that out instead. Something went wrong. Yes, I know. Package manager. We probably have a few updates here. Let's see, we'll do burst last because that's going to require a restart. Alright, toolchain update. Maybe if Unity installs this fast enough, we'll switch to the newest version. And update burst. Sorry, this is all the boiling boilerplate stuff where I just have to get my project back up to speed. But today we're going to try to make some real progress on a game loop and using the save system and being able to go through the main menu to start a new game or to load a game, and then have that load into like an actual game scene. Kind of have a plan of action today instead of just randomly messing around. Oh, good. Might be installing it pretty quick, actually. Man, that took a long time just to install Burst. Usually that requires a restart. I guess it did not. And I'm still getting issues with this. In fact, we should get rid of that asset. It's part of the reason. Is this? Okay, we don't want that. We have that in my other thing. Oh gosh. Apparently I'm gonna break a lot of stuff. Also, we still have this set up to a scriptable object, which I don't like. Let's just get rid of all that. All that's going to complain in a minute once this is done processing, so we'll get rid of that too. And let's go here. We cannot go there yet because it's still processing. Come on, writer. Faster, bro, faster. Okay, so we want just keep on quit for now. And actually, I'm gonna make this a static class. Rename it to game events. We don't need a reference to it because it's going to be static. Asset index is not ready. What does that even mean? Sometimes I get the weirdest errors that I've like never seen before in like years of working in Unity. Let's see. All of this is going to want the word static. So we don't want that there. And let's get rid of that. And get rid of that. And there we go. That's now ready. This will just be events on quit. And we no longer need a reference to it because it's static. Boom. All right, then, oh, so we have this dynamic, oh, so this is what I needed to finish showing you yesterday, Mimo. I've got what I call my dynamic managers system. And that is for loading like gameplay managers that are not needed to be persistent across all scenes. So let me just fix some errors here because we need to, in fact, we're going to get rid of this. Let's just go in there and find it. Dynamic addressable dynamic game manager. We're going to get rid of that entire folder. So, in fact, here I'll show you how this works in the other project that we were working on yesterday. Did it open? There it is. All right, so I have this thing that is called the Dynamic Manager, or Dynamic Manager project, I guess. And I have a regular and an addressable version of this Dynamic Managers tool. And its purpose, you'll see these are all my persistent managers, and it is one of them. So it is the Dynamic Manager. And what it does is all of these systems are things that we're going to need throughout the entire life cycle of the game. We're always going to need audio. We're always going to need a camera. The cutscene manager probably doesn't need to be in there, but I also use it for my splash screen, so that's why it is. And then we have this Dynamic Manager, and its responsibility is loading other systems or managers that you might not want running at the very beginning of your application. For example, this Dynamic Manager has a physics manager set up for its test here that we're going to show off. And the physics manager, we don't want to be running immediately when the application opens. Maybe we boot up straight to the main menu, and that's all just UI. So we don't need physics running in the background, just taking up extra resources, right? So the Dynamic Manager, when told to do so, can load or unload whatever managers it has reference to here dynamically, hence the name. We have set up this Dynamic Manager test script. And what it's going to do is it's going to log some things to the console so we know what's going on. It's going to wait about 10 seconds at start, and then it's going to load the Dynamic Managers. And then it's going to wait another 10 seconds and unload the Dynamic Managers, right? So that's just to kind of show off how it works. So when we run the project, or we run the scene, you will see down here in all of our persistent managers, there's a Dynamic Manager, and then we'll pause for a second. There is a Dynamic Manager that has no children underneath it, but it has reference to the Physics Manager. And so if we you can see that the start method was called, and if we unpause after whatever time passes, you can now see the Physics Manager has been loaded, and after another 10 seconds or so, it then gets unloaded. So, ooh, very exciting, I know. But yeah, that's kind of the idea of this system. So I have I have persistent managers that are always there, that are always running for the application because they're kind of always needed for things. And then when you press like the start game button or load a save file, you would be taken to an actual game scene where there might actually be real gameplay and things going on that then requires physics, for instance. And at that time, you would just send an event to have the dynamic manager load its references. And then if, say you're playing your game and you save, you're done, you quit back to the main menu, you're no longer in a game scene. You're back on like a menu scene, is what we'll say. And then we would send another event to have these managers unloaded and release all those resources and kind of get it all back. So yeah, and then that's part of the reason too why I really like working with the addressables system, because then you can addressably load and unload assets, and they don't actually have to be in the build either. That's the even cooler part. So yeah, that is the dynamic manager in a nutshell. So let's get back to I've got so much stuff I'm gonna have to fix in here. We're gonna be real quick about it. Wait, isn't this? No. Input manager. We just don't need any of that. We're gonna set all that back up. Who else is complaining? Holy dear God. Why do I have so many references to this stuff? That's what would typically go there. Oh, I know what this is for. Okay, we're going to be working on part of this today, but let's just get rid of references that we don't need at the moment. That one actually works, that's fine. Wait, what? Oh, it just gets the button in awake, I see. I don't actually like that. Let's serialize that field. We're going to actually call that quit button. I don't need the formally serialized stuff. I need to turn that off, actually. That kind of bothers me sometimes. The quit button component. Do we need component? Just the quit button. That's probably simpler. And then we don't need awake. We've already have the reference here, and we're just going to add a listener and remove a listener and call the quit game event. Cool. Awesome. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Oh dear God. Yeah, we'll add all this back in a second. Just want to fix all these errors so we can actually get to coding. Shouldn't. Sure. So what do I need the quit button for? You know, I probably should have actually left that. Maybe we can put those back real quick. Alright, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. make all of these static. Nifty little trick in Writer where you can hold down the Alt key and then scroll down, and then you can type on multiple lines. I can type on all these lines at one time. Pretty interesting, huh? Saves a lot of time when you gotta update multiple things. Alright, get rid of that. Make that static. Rename that what it's supposed to be. And rename the file. Alright, and then, cool, that's actually working. That's working. Game events dot main menu, I think is what went there. Don't need that. Don't need that. Game events dot new game. And I think that actually fixes most everything. Let's see. Splash presenter. The quit button is good, although it's not even being used. I'm probably going to get rid of that. Yeah, that one's working. And game events dot new game. Cool. All right, so I think we fixed everything. See, I knew it was going to ask me to restart. It was just had all those compile errors. So we're restarting really quick because we updated Burst. And in fact, let's see. It looks like the new Unity was installed as well, so we might actually just update straight to that. Oh, it already restarted too. Jeez, it was fast. All right, let's get rid of the old one. I've only got so much space on my computer. I can't have so many installs. I might need other installs for other projects I work on, depending on what I do. So that one's gone, and we can then reopen this one with the latest and greatest. Small version change here. In fact, we should close this because that's running on the old one somehow, even though we just removed it. Get rid of that shortcut. And before we make too much change, we're going to save our place here. Oh my god, my cat's running around like crazy. Looks like addressables was automatically updated. We should wait for this to finish actually. But update to Unity 2023.3.33, I think it was. 2022.3.33. Yeah, that's right. 2023 is actually the new Unity 6, which I hear is pretty cool, but if you start using Unity 6, that is where their new fee changes come into play. So as long as you stay on... Bro, what are my cats doing? I just keep hearing noise behind me. Come here. Come here. You want to come say hi? Want to say hi? All right, we got a friend. Say hi to Boots. This is Boots, but I call her by a different name. She actually goes by the name Munchies because she loves her foods. Mwah. Yes, she does. You love your food, huh? Boots, Munchy Boots. Mwah. Okay, I know. I'll let you go. She's a little anxious, like at all times. The other cat, come here. I have two cats, Socks and Boots, but I call them Goobies and Munchies. And the other cat, Socks, is a lot more friendly. Not that the Boots is friendly too, but she's just like very high anxiety and like scared of everyone all the time for some reason. But she had a lot harder of an upbringing. We rescued her from a rescue. And I guess the first like 6 months of her life was really bad from what I hear from the rescue. Whereas Socks, we actually found her when she was a kitten, and was only like 4 weeks old at most at the time. So she's basically grown up with us, whereas Boots had a different life for her first 6 months of life. So, but they're silly. You might see them, they like to climb on the stairs and stuff. If they do, I'll switch to my other camera. They'll like rock climb up the stairs. So, all right. Now let's update our Dark Matter Studios stuff. So we're gonna delete the existing stuff. Everything's gonna yell at me. That's fine, because we're gonna fix that right now. Full install addressable URP. Let's make sure. So, yep, and that all looks correct. And it's still gonna pull in the UI toolkit stuff. I have to change this, so. Well, I kind of want it there. I want it there to be prepared for when I do want to use it. Okay, cool. Let that import. And we're gonna work on an actual game loop here. I guess I broke a lot of other stuff too. Yeah, this project's kind of messed up. I should go to a cleaner place in history, but that's okay. We only got 10 errors here. We can fix this real quick. Audio setting. It's gonna be this guy that complains. Don't need that. And we will update all of that stuff later. Yeah, it's just a different namespace, that's why. And same for you. Audio events dot master volume changed, ambience volume changed, voice volume changed. Music volume changed, sound effects volume changed. And we don't actually use UI anymore, that's just part of sound effects. But we will take the voice and put that after it. Just go ambience, music, sound effects, voice. And we'll rename this to, this is the voice volume slider. And this is on voice volume changed. And this is just all the same stuff, I think, right? Yeah. This is just unregistering from it. So ambience volume, voice volume, music volume, sound effects volume, get rid of the UI stuff, on voice volume changed, and then take the voice stuff and move it after sound effects. All right, cool. That should be voice volume label, and that should be voice volume, and that should go after sound effects, and we don't need the UI anymore. Are we resetting that? Do we even have... We do have reference to it. We're going to leave these formerly serialized as fields just for a minute while we go back to the... well, I got to fix all this other stuff too. We don't need that. Interesting, actually. I see what I was doing here. Let's just comment that out. We'll fix that later. Same with this guy. Oh, actually, let's get rid of the plumbing section. We don't want that. Comment that out. Get rid of that. Almost done here. Get rid of that. Get rid of the plumbing region. Gotcha. Let's just open that up and comment that out for now. The parallax. So I have all this actually in a different project that needs to be, the updated code needs to be brought in. Location background. Comment that out. Comment that out. And camera target. This one we can actually probably do. So we don't need that. We don't need that. So it should be camera events dot set target to this. And then down here, just camera events set target to null. There we go. And then this is a script that we can throw on any object, like the player, that then sets it as the follow target for our camera system. Nice and easy. This should actually go into this cinematics project, probably. So let's do that really quick. Utilities. Camera target. And we'll just take the code from there and put it here. And we'll grab that. Put that there. This should be a base behavior, and everyone's happy. All right, boom. So next time we build that, we can bring that in. All right, all errors have been fixed, I believe. Cool, cool. Now, think I have... So how I use my scene director, let's close some of this. So I have this scene director system, and that helps me to manage my scenes, to load scenes, to unload scenes. And I have a basic version, but I prefer to use the addressable version. It makes 1,000 times more sense to use, because I can then have just one scene in the final build, and you can load and unload addressable scenes even if they're not included in the build. So that way my initial build can actually be very small, and it can then download from, say, a server the scenes that it needs as you're playing and cache those assets for the next time that you play as well. It's very useful on Android and iOS to do this. So I kind of got in the habit of doing that from some projects I was working on in the past. And so, yeah, we're going to get that set back up here. I should have a startup prefab. And so this startup prefab is the only thing that lives on my startup scene, which is the only scene in the build. And you'll see it wants a reference to a scene scriptable object, and that is the scene, the addressable scene, that it will then load when your game boots up. So the idea is the application boots up, it loads this startup scene, and then this startup object takes that scriptable object reference to the scene that you want to actually start with, like the main menu, and sends an event to my scene director to load that scene. Let's create a new startup profile. We're gonna keep the addressable one, but we're gonna put it over here. Where did that go? Startup, boom. All right, so addressable startup profile, and I know these look the same, but this one is the one that's included in the dark matter tools, and the reason I'm swapping it out is because every time I update the tools, that's going to get overridden, which I don't actually need to include it in the other project, but I had because I was testing with it. So I don't want to I don't want to accidentally overwrite some stuff here. So startup, and we're going to drag that one in. And then we're going to add all of our persistent managers here, just like I was showing off in the other project. Now let's make sure that we have all our groups set up here. So rename that to just persistent managers. Rename this to dynamic managers. So you'll see here is all my persistent managers. I've got like achievements, audio, camera, cutscene, the developer console, the dynamic manager. Actually, that needs to be deleted. The game manager, input, logging, save system, and the UI and universal settings is like an asset that I'm testing with right now. Then under dynamic managers, I've got things like the location manager and the pause manager and the player manager. So these are all things that we will load dynamically when we hit an actual game scene that needs these, and then we will unload them when we're on a scene that doesn't need them. So yeah. So on that note, let's go find my new dynamic manager. And so what I do is I create a prefab variant of all of these managers to put into the actual project. This is technically a persistent manager. And then so the reason I create variants of things, everything in here is a variant except for the achievement system actually lives in this project. The game manager and input manager are systems that are kind of unique to every game. So I always kind of rewrite them for every project, so they also live here. And then universal settings is, well, it's actually just an empty object. But this is an asset that I downloaded that I was playing with that gives you, let's see if I can actually find it really quick. Screens, settings screen, video settings screen. It gives you all of these wonderful settings that I didn't want to take the time. I started setting this all up myself, but this is a lot more professionally done. And it has like the quality preset, the resolution, the frame rate, VSync, full screen, anti-aliasing, texture resolution, shadows. This is like the settings that you see in most games these days, including post-processing effects and stuff. So I thought that was pretty cool, so I started messing around with that. So that is what universal settings is. Now all of these should actually be, they're missing their reference because they need to, let's see, credits is a menu scene. These are all menu scenes actually. Menu scene, splash scene, menu scene. All right, so we have credits. So what we're doing now is we're setting up these scriptable object scene references, and these are what have reference to, why is that an object? That should be an addressable asset. Do I have an addressable menu scene? Is that what I did? Oh shit, I do. Okay. So that's addressable. Sorry, that is also addressable menu scene. And, sorry, I keep in the wrong place. Addressable menu scene. And then back to normal here. All right, cool. So we now have addressable scene references. So for each of these, like this one that we're highlighting on right now is the splash scene. So we'll just call it splash. It is a menu scene, whereas we have menu scenes, game scenes, and test scenes as well, just for testing purposes. And then what we do is we give this reference to as many scenes as we want, actually. So I could have one scene that represents location A, but split across multiple scenes. So we have like a base location A. We have another scene called Location A Audio, and another scene called Location A UI. That way I can actually have separate scenes for different departments that might work on a certain scene. They can just open their specific scene and make changes to it without affecting anyone else's changes in that scene collection. So for this one, I have to make sure that all these scenes are actually in here. That would help too. So we're going to go into the addressables. We have a scenes. Oh, we have nothing under menus. Gotcha. Well, we do. Why is that not working? Let's delete that from there and add that back in, maybe. Ooh. Oh, I see. Because they're all up here under weird names because it was that other tool that I was using for them. So we're gonna delete them from here. And perfect. That then added them down here. So let's also do, we have locations. We'll call this, we'll simplify the name to menus, and we'll call this game scenes. I think that actually covers locations too, is in here. Let's see. Simplify that as well. I think I can actually delete this and that will just be automatically included down here. Yeah, perfect. So that's how I want it. So we have menu scenes and we have game scenes. And then this will actually work with the dynamic manager. So when we're on any menu scene, the dynamic managers will automatically be unloaded. And when we go to any sort of game scene, the dynamic managers will then be dynamically loaded. It's very, very helpful. Then let's go set back up those scriptable objects really quick. I don't know why I have those in an extra folder. Let's take all that and put them here in menus. And delete that. And then we're actually going to call this menu scene SO. And then we probably did the same here. Game scene SO. I like to be specific about what type of object is in each folder. I try to stay highly organized, and even as organized as I can be, it all gets very messy eventually as you work on things. And then we'll call this location scene SO, because these are all location scenes and that script is missing, but we'll get back to that. For right now, we're just worried about this game scene. And that is on addressable game scene. So then this one is set as the game scene type. We'll just call it the game. And we're going to give it reference to our game scene. So when this, and these scriptable objects too, by the way, they have, let me show you. So they all inherit from an abstract addressable scene. And if you go in here, they all have helper methods to load and unload them and see how many scenes there are in it, or get the references, the asset references and stuff, which makes it a little easier to work with. So that's why we give it reference to this. So that one's set up. And let's go fix all the menu scenes really quick. So this was credits. We want that to have the credits scene. This one's main menu. We want that to have the main menu scene. And this one is the splash. We want that to have the splash scene. All right. Don't think we need that anymore for now. And then what we can do is in this startup object, we can then set the very first scene to be the splash scene. So in theory, when we play, oh, hold on, I still got to set up all these addressable assets though. let's do that really quick. So we want achievements. I hate how it keeps putting, every time I open this, it puts it off the screen, which is super annoying. Camera manager, cutscene manager, developer console for now, the dynamic manager, the game manager, the input manager, the log manager. We're going to need a few more here. The save manager, the UI manager, and the universal settings. Boom. Then I think we have is this the broken one? I think it is. So we want to delete that broken one. We want to go here and we're going to duplicate that and put it into there. That's broken too, we don't need that. That's broken, we don't need that. And here's our addressable dynamic managers profile. So we'll get all our dynamic managers set up in here as well. And that's things like the game timer, the location manager, the mobile controls. Actually, I don't even need that anymore. That was just, I was testing on my phone to make it easier. The pause manager and the player manager. So those are the dynamic managers for now. And if we then go to our dynamic manager object, lock that guy, we can drag that profile in, and there they are. Perfect. So when they're told to load, they will load, and when they're told to unload, they will unload. Now let me make sure that none of these are broken, because sometimes, oh yeah, see, this one's missing its reference. Let's delete that and go find the original. We'll create a variant from it, and that still doesn't have its reference. Interesting. I could have sworn I fixed that. I did fix that. Interesting. Why are you being weird then? Let's go into it and set that to none. Go back out and go back into it and reassign it. And now it should be fixed. No. What the what? Unity, please. Whoa. Okay, anyways. What we're gonna do, we're gonna take this one, throw it to the persistent managers, and we're gonna go into that and make sure that it's set, because that's all we really need. Alright, so that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Dynamic manager's good. Game manager's good. Input manager's good. Loggers has Unity logger. Save manager's good for now. UI manager's good for now. Actually, I'm gonna have to update that to use a different thing, but we'll get there. And universal settings should be good. So in theory, if everything is set up correctly, we only have one scene in the build, is this startup scene, and this startup object lives on that scene, and it will just send an event. Why is it showing both references? It's gonna, oh, I think I know. Anyways, it's going to send an event to load the splash scene. So right here, that's the splash scene that we just set up, and it's addressable, if you remember. So it's going to addressably load the splash scene. Now, one more thing I want to actually check before we test it is if the splash scene is set up and working like it's supposed to be. Because we reverted some changes, so I just want to make sure everything's still there. Yeah, that all gets set. Okay, I guess it's working. So we'll go back to the startup scene. We will press play, and let's see if it loads the splash screen. Well, it did. Or, no, it did not, actually. Oh, well, duh, because I don't have my scene director as one of the persistent managers. We forgot to set that up. Or I forgot to set that up, I should say. So, so we have, I guess we didn't make a prefab for that. We should go open the other project and fix that. Doing really good today on getting to some interesting stuff. That was my whole plan, but I have like a few things that need to be fixed, or many things that need to be fixed first before I can actually get to some of the funner stuff here. What's going on? Oh, in fact, let's we can save some of our changes. And we'll refix the camera manager as well. So we have the addressable scene director. It is not a singleton anymore, it's just a regular mono behavior. Yeah, perfect. Alright, let's build that. Oh. It's assigned, but its value is not used. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get to that later. My camera effects is a script that I have that handles things like screen shake. So it has reference to the virtual camera, and then you can call a shake method with an intensity and how much time you want it to shake for. And that all works through the Cinemachine system, which is pretty cool. But so it's just complaining that I have a reference to it here, but no one's using it. It's not being used anywhere yet. We will come back and set that up in a little bit. So let's go into this project, let it recompile because all those new assemblies were just dropped in. All right, and then another thing I want to do is make sure the camera manager is actually fixed, which it seems to be. Interesting. And then we need to make a dynamic manager. Did I do that already? I think I did. I did. Okay, no, not that. What were we making? A scene director. Not scene director manager, just scene director. So, scene director, drag that on there, and I think I need, let's just do an empty game object, an addressable scene director, addressable scene director, perfect. Let's go in here to prefabs, and for the scene director, that should be in there. And for the scene director addressable, should have a folder called prefabs and put the addressable one in there. All right, and then we will export those packages. And while they're exporting, let's go into the cinematics and let's delete this prefab here so that it gets overwritten with the new one when we pull it in. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Remind me though, I need to save my changes as I go here, because if I make too many changes without saving, it's gonna be a problem later. I feel like I'm already losing my voice because I've been streaming and I was like explaining stuff all day yesterday. So I can slowly feel it becoming harder to talk. That's probably why I sound a little raspy today. I got to build up that streamer endurance, you know. All right. I was able to fix NVIDIA Broadcast, by the way. The way that I did that, oh, that should actually be on chat mic. I hope that does not screw up my stream audio. Hello, testing. Yeah, okay, we're still good. But in the way that I did that is I actually was able to find an older version online. It's just the newest version that keeps crashing my computer, which is super annoying. So I found an older version online because a few other people are also having the same issue, and downloaded that and installed it, and that seems to be working just great. So perfect, all those were exported. We will go back here into Midnight Sun, and let's import the full install addressable URP package. That should update all the assemblies. Specifically, I want to see the new camera manager prefab. Perfect. So yeah, it'll put the new version of it in here, and then everything else will just have updates, I think. Oh, including, let's make sure the scene director is in here as well. There we go. Scene director and addressable scene director. Perfect. All right. So import all that because we can't load and unload scenes without the scene director. That's a pretty important part of the tool. Yeah, well, I have my water. Thank you. You know what I should do is, I've seen some other streamers that have like channel rewards where viewers can spend their points to make an announcement that says like, please remember to hydrate. And then so every time you think I need to drink water, you could redeem that reward, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I need to drink water. All right. What are you complaining about? I'm not sure what that's about. All right, does this one... Bro, this one is still not fixed? I just fixed it. That doesn't make any sense. Let's try this. We're gonna get rid of the whole Dark Matter Studios folder. That does not make sense, Unity. Why are you doing this to me? We're gonna close everything related to the project. We actually don't need this one anymore. That's fine. We'll keep that one open. And then let's reopen the project and re-import the tools. Ignore. I know that it's broken. I just broke it on purpose. Alright, import package, full install addressable URP, go. Yes, and now everything will be new. And we might have to fix some more references again because I just did that, but that's okay, as long as things are working like they're supposed to. Alright, yeah, well, that actually fixed a lot. Perfect. That's all good. What would go here would be the camera manager. That's right. Okay, so now, is the camera manager fixed? It is indeed fixed. Is the variant fixed? Well, it is because we had overridden and fixed it. But let's just delete it and create a new variant from it, just in case. Prefabs, persistent managers, rename that to just camera manager, go to the project settings and drag that guy in there, boom. All right, and then we need our scene director should also be in here. So let's go find that. Create a variant from it. Do the same thing, drag it into persistent managers. Rename it. Add a new field here. And that goes right there. Boom. Okay, so now, in theory, our startup... I don't have an addressable startup, do I? I think I just have the one startup script, and that works with both. Okay, so in theory, if this is all working now, when we press play, the startup object should send an event to that addressable scene director to please load the splash screen, which it will then unload the startup scene and load the splash screen. And let's test to see if that's working. Hey, there we go. So you can see the startup scene has now disappeared. I might have to talk over this a bit. And the splash scene was then loaded dynamically, even though it's not in the build settings. Fancy. So yeah, and then, so it looks like it played the video, the splash cutscene, and then it's supposed to go to these other two screens, and I don't know why it's not. But we got that working now. So we're making progress here. We now have the start of the game loop, where we have an initialization scene, which, by the way, I leave that startup scene right here in the root of the project. So it's really easy to open up and start from at any time. Oh, and in fact, with my scene director, I haven't showed this off yet, because I have set up scenes, or scriptable object scenes, I should say, I have a really cool tool called the Scene Selector that I can then dock over here. And these are all the different scriptable object scenes that have been set up. In fact, this one is supposed to say main menu, and it's blank right now, which means I'm an idiot and I forgot to fill in the name of it. So we'll fill in the name main menu, and you'll see it then dynamically updated there. And then this tool is, it color codes the different types of scenes. So the startup scene is orange, any menu scenes are blue, and any game scenes are green. And I could also change the colors. That's just the colors I have set up for now. And the really cool thing is I can click on any of these scenes. Click on any of these scenes. I guess that's not working how it's supposed to. Shoot, I wonder why that broke. But you're supposed to be able to click here on any of these. Oh, the credits worked. Oh, you know what? Did I set up... Credits is good. Main menu is good. Splash is good. So the credits one worked. Why didn't the other ones work? Well, so you can see I can then click on any scene. And so this is kind of like the hierarchy or the project window, but it's a new window that will then list all of my scenes. And if I need to switch between different scenes, I could then easily do that just by clicking on them here. And it'll save whatever I'm doing and then switch to the other scene. Now, for some reason, the main menu and the splash scene and the game scene seem to be broken. And I am not sure why. But that's okay, we will come back to that. That's not super important. What we care about is this splash presenter and if it is doing its job. So the splash presenter has a reference to the splash cutscene. On start, it is registering for when that cutscene is finished playing and then playing the cutscene. When the cutscene is finished playing, we unregister from the onCompleted event, and then it's then supposed to show the liability notice screen. I know all this kind of looks a little messy. So now that would be controlled by our UI manager. In fact, didn't I update that? Let's go look at that really quick. All right, so oh, weird. Okay, I know what I was doing here, but that's so much work that we're not going to do that. So UI events. That doesn't need to be a scriptable object. I'll rename that to UI events. Don't need to rename anything else. Oop. UI events. We're going to make that static. We're going to make that static. We're going to make that static. And that's just so anyone can show a pop-up. That's really its only purpose at the moment. So that's not the problem. Let's close everything else here. So we don't need reference to that. And oh, don't get rid of the header. Don't need reference to that anymore. The UI camera SO, I think I'm actually getting rid of that too. Let's fix that reference. I'm gonna call that show pop-up. No, don't replace random things, writer. Why would you do that? On show pop-up, and then let me just fill this in really quick. Event invoked to show a UI pop-up. And then here, show a UI pop-up. The pop-up ID to show the pop-up data the parent, can't think right now. The parent object, the parent transform, we'll just call it the parent transform. Thinking about it too hard. All right, then, so the frame has reference to that too. We don't need that. That should just be UI events.showPopup. And I think we're okay with everything else. Dun, 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 dun. So technically this should be working actually. I shouldn't have to change anything here. So because we're calling this show screen method, or technically we're calling this one because we don't have any data on the screen that we're going to show. I wonder if, oh, you know what? I bet I know exactly what's going on. Is the prefab for that screen, we were trying to show the liability notice, right? So here's the liability notice screen. And it just says, read this before playing, blah, 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 epileptic seizures, certain light patterns, blah, 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 tips for gamers to reduce this, blah, 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 blah. So in here, under its screen properties, oh, it does have the proper ID set. I was thinking the ID was incorrect, but it looks correct. And it has all its references. So, does this one? Yes, it does. And so does this one. The frame then has its screens and pop-ups, frame properties. What? It'll actually be the liability notice. I mean, technically this should be working. The only thing I can think of is when the cutscene was finished playing, it's not calling its complete event, but I don't think that's the case. So there's cutscene started. It's registering for the cutscene completed event. So let's go look at the cutscene itself. Started, completed. Let's look at the video cutscene cleanup. So yeah, it just does some cleanup, and then it should be calling that completed event. Interesting. So that all looks to be working. So it might be something UI related. And I was worried about that because I was originally using the UI system, this UI system, and then I started switching things to UI Toolkit. And at the start of the stream, we then reverted those UI Toolkit changes So I might be missing something here that had originally set this up with this UI system. Now, one thing I want to do is I think I have a... So in here, oh, this should actually go in the other... That's supposed to go into... No, not cutscenes. That should go into the UI project. So that should be down here. And let's make sure all the namespaces are correct. Unity UI utilities. And then this. Shouldn't have reference to that, nor does it need that at all. So what we'll do is we'll make a URP camera events class. We'll take these methods, we'll shove them in there really quick, call this static. Set that up. We don't need these to have any yes we do. They do need implementation, but we don't need this implementation. Public static event action camera on add overlay camera equals an empty delegate, because we don't want to do null checks on this. We just want to invoke it with the overlay camera. Now, what are you complaining about? That you're not static. Gotcha. So then we'll duplicate that, and on remove overlay camera, event invoked to add an overlay camera. And then we'll copy that, paste it there to remove an overlay camera, add an overlay camera, remove an overlay camera. Cool, all that's working. Put that there and invoke that with the overlay camera to remove. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and add our copyright as well. I could actually set it up so that every time I create a new script, it automatically adds this. And I can even have it update the year and stuff. I just haven't taken the time to do that. But I really should, because that gets kind of tedious to have to constantly add that to all my stuff. Cool. All right, that should work. Then, down in the UI, the UI manager, we want to get rid of this UI camera SO. And these guys don't need reference to that anymore. But in awake, it's going to call UI camera dot value equals the UI camera. All right. Then it's also we also want to set it to null on destroy. So on destroy, set the UI camera to null. And then we don't need this using statement anymore. All right, that fixes that guy. And then the frame, same thing. We don't need the using statement. We don't need the reference to the UI camera anymore. And what we want to do is say if UI camera is set set UI camera to the UI camera dot value. So that covers this. Now, why am I adding the listener though? In case the UI camera changes, I guess. But I don't want to do that. But what I want to do is put it here. So if the UI camera is already set, then we set up this frame with that camera that has already been set as the UI camera. Or else, if it has not been set yet, then we register for this action called onSet and call set UI camera. So now we don't need that. So yeah, that way, if the UI camera has already been set, we can just grab the value. If it has not been set yet, we can register for the event that is called when it does get set. So I kind of have this static UI camera helper script that has a static value. And when you set that value, it'll then set that Boolean, if it's set or not, based on if the value is null. And then it'll call the onSet event here that we just registered for. So then we want to replace that with the unregister event. We don't actually need this here anymore, because if this event gets called, so this event is called regardless. No matter how you set the camera, even if you set it to null, that event still gets called, but it would just be called with the null value. And when it does, because we're registered to it, it would automatically remove its reference. So we don't need that. I'm wondering if I want to actually kind of handle this check inside of the UI camera itself. Interesting. Hold on, let me play around with something here. So public static void add listener and you'd pass in an action of camera and we'll just call it listener for now. And then basically here we would say if it's set, just invoke that method with the value. Else we would then add onSet plus equals listener. So then something outside of the UI camera can just call for, in fact, what if I did that here? hold on. So when you try to get the value, no, because then I'm not passing in the actual action, the callback action. So no, that can't happen. Maybe it can. We'll see. I have to mess around with that. But then something could... you know what? I'll figure that out later. But I have an idea there. I have an idea. That way I don't have to do this check every time. You would just write something like UICamera.add listener, and you'd pass in the set UI camera method, right? And so you just have to write one line in your on enable, and if the UI camera is already set, it will then automatically call that callback for you. And then down here we would have like UI camera dot remove listener, right? With set UI camera. So instead of having these and all of this, you would have something like this instead, where things just add and remove themselves from it. And if it's already set, then in fact, I think I really like that actually. Hold on. Public static void add. Actually, I could probably just go back to what I had before. Okay. And then we'll copy that and we'll make that remove listener. And we'll just call onset minus equals listener. And in fact, we could just do this, onset plus equals listener, and then if it's already set, invoke the method, right? So then that way, something can register for this UI camera, the UI camera, and it will then register for it regardless of if it's already set. But then if it is already set, that means this event was already called once before. So we'll just go ahead and invoke the callback that you're passing in with the current value of the UI camera. But the reason that we register for it still is because if the UI camera changes value to some other camera, maybe you have a multiple camera system and you switch between different cameras, when that UI camera changes value, whoever's listening to it will then receive that updated value, even if it's already been set before to a different camera. So yeah, I think I really like that actually. Which means, let's remove that. Add a callback, add a listener callback for when the UI camera is set. And then here, remove a listener callback. Let's just call it add a listener callback. The callback to remove. And actually, shouldn't this add a listener callback? So I just redid that because it was missing this parameter and I wanted it to add that for me. So the callback to add, in fact, we'll even make this called callback, right? Add a callback. Sure. Add a callback. Remove a callback. That'll be called callback to remove. Perfect. All right, now I don't think we need that to be public anymore. So we'll move that down here. So the only way to register or unregister from it is by calling these methods. You can no longer access that event publicly. It's private, and if you add a I guess I do want to make this called listener. I'm just trying to keep the same format as like Unity's stuff, so it's familiar with people who use it. So yeah, then the suggested name is on set. That does not make any sense. No thank you, writer. So yeah, so then the only way that you can register for this is like I did here. So now we can get rid of all that. We can get rid of that. And I have the same kind of setup here as this UI camera as I do for the main camera. So I'm going to copy this code. I could probably, no, because static classes cannot inherit. So anyways, we'll put that there. We will take this event. We're going to move it down here. We're going to call it onset with an underscore because it's going to be private. We don't need those XML comments, and everything else should work the same. In fact, you don't even have to check if it's set anymore. We will also move that down here and rename that to isSet. Because you don't need to check that. You just add a listener, and if it is set, then we'll go ahead and give you the value of the camera. So let me do the same here. Take this, put that down there, and rename it to isSet with an underscore because it's now private. So yeah, so the only things that you can do, in fact, maybe I don't even allow you to get the value of the camera. You can only receive that through the callback. Huh. Interesting. I have an idea. So let's public static void set. And you'd pass in a camera. And then value equals camera. In fact, that can be renamed to camera. So camera equals camera. isSet equals camera not equal to null. And then call the onset method with the camera that was passed in. Set the camera. The camera to set. So yeah, so then we don't even actually need this anymore. And that will be invoked with the camera instead. So someone who wants to set the camera can call this method, and then other people who want to get the camera can add a listener for it. And if it's already set, they will receive that camera immediately. Otherwise, they will receive it when someone actually sets it. Yeah, I like that a lot better, actually. So let's do the same thing here. We'll get rid of this. We'll rename this to camera, and put that camera there. Perfect. All right, so then the URP camera manager. It's setting it right here. So what we're gonna do, get universal additional camera data. I know it's a huge, huge name, but I didn't name it that. That is what the Universal Render Pipeline System named it. Now, is it yelling because it hides component? Yeah, I hate when it does that. Main camera. Boom. Okay, whoops. So then right here, before we set it, we're gonna say main camera dot add listener get universal additional camera data, and then we don't. We need to take this line, put that there, and that should be main camera dot get universal additional data. All right, so we register for that event immediately. And then we actually set the camera. Actually, we don't need to do that first because we set it up so that when we try to register, if it's already set, it'll just receive it right away. So I like that order better. Now, what's really weird, I thought I saw the other methods in here, but I guess not. I guess I fixed that. Okay. All right, so he's happy. You're happy. You're happy. UI camera's set up. That's set up how we want it. And then the main camera, this then calls UI camera.set with the UI camera. Boom. All right, sorry, there's a lot of coding that we didn't really need. And we'll call that here too, but we'll pass in null. And the camera manager's still mad at us. Gotcha, so same thing, just we have to switch this to the set method. Set with the main camera, and we don't actually need that there. We can put that there and get rid of that method. One less method to think about. Alrighty, and let's build that. We're gonna throw it into the project. And I'm actually gonna step away here for a minute, guys. I gotta go use the restroom and stuff. So now is a great time for a stretch break if you haven't taken one yet. I will be back in a few short moments. So go get some water, go get some snacks, take a stretch break. I'm going to do the same, and I will be right back. Alright guys, sorry about that. I am back. Just doing a few things here, grabbing some snacks so that I can keep going for as long as possible. And it looks like we actually got a new follower too. Hello Naomi, thank you for following. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if my alert played or not, but it should have. I wonder if maybe I don't have the alerts set up on the away screen? No, I do. I'm not sure if it played. I'll have to go back and check actually. Sorry, let's go back to the screen. Cool. Alright, so we are back at it. Let's see, we just finished fixing some of the UI stuff. We rebuilt it, and now we have to re-export these packages. Alright. Wow, Amazon finally processed my refund. Good for them. It only took them 2 months. That's a story for another day. Yeah, I know, right? So, well, I'll just tell the story. Why not? So I had a problem with one of my computers, and I ordered a new motherboard. And come to find out through some testing, before I even opened the motherboard at all, I didn't touch it. I just left the brand new motherboard on my table. And I was testing my computer parts to make sure that that's what I actually had to swap out, because I was pretty sure. It ended up being that the processor had gone bad. The motherboard was just fine. So I returned the motherboard back to Amazon, and this is not like a cheap product. This was like $680 something motherboard, okay? And I returned it back to Amazon. Had not been opened, had not been touched at all. Just it arrived at my house, and I returned it exactly how it arrived at my house. I have all the proof that I dropped it off at the UPS store. I have the tracking number. It even updates on my Amazon account that they can see that it's in transit back to them. And a few days later, it then updated and said, oh, we received your product, that your refund should be processing soon. And long story short, come 2 months later, I still have not received this refund of almost $700 from Amazon. And I've had to contact their customer service like 4 times over it. And finally this morning I have them on the phone, and I just spoke to a representative last week that, while on the phone, told me they had just processed my refund. And fast forward a week, I still haven't received the refund. They never processed the refund. So I stay on the phone today with the representative until he confirms that he has processed the refund, just like the other representative. And then I said, okay, now send me a confirmation email that states exactly the same. I want this in writing. So I then received an email today, which I just saw right now, that they have finally processed my refund of $680 something. Super annoying that I had to wait 2 months. And they received the motherboard back within like a matter of days. So anyways, be careful with Amazon returns. They will mess with you. But yeah, I learned my lesson there. Right? Yeah, it's not complete until I have gotten the funds back. You guys got your motherboard back. Where's my money? Yeah. Oh, Amazon Fresh, huh? I wonder if there's one near me. I usually just do the UPS store, because there's one like literally right across the street from my front door. So it's a lot more convenient. I don't actually know where any Amazon Fresh locations are near me. All right, so we got that exported again, I believe. I don't actually think this is going to fix the issue here. I think that's something else that's going on. Yeah, I'm wondering if there is an Amazon Fresh location near me, because that way it's like returned directly to them, and then doesn't have to go through UPS. And I think that was part of the issue. I would be willing to bet that UPS probably, or some employee at UPS tried to take the motherboard for themselves and mark it as returned or something like that. That was my theory. So yeah, I'll if I ever have to return something that expensive again, I will definitely look into returning it directly to them. Now, why did this break? What broke? And why? Why did you break? Yeah, I know. I should not have. I thought it would work just like the hundreds of other products that I've returned before. Which actually makes it sound like I return a lot of stuff. I do not return a lot of stuff. Hundreds is a bit of an exaggeration. But I thought it would work exactly the same, and it just did not. So, oh, I guess the capitalization changed here? Wow, that's, okay. Anyways. Now, why didn't that break the last time I imported the package? I didn't just change that right now. Mario? 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 What's going on? Please close. Shit. Why did so many things break? What did I just do? Anyways, let's just double check that this is working like it's supposed to work. So yeah, that just has the canvas scaler, has its settings, as it should. This screen looks correct. It has all of its references. It's a very simple screen that just has a text on it. I don't even call any code. Let's make sure this screen looks good. It has all of its references. Background, safe area. Here's that camel save animation. Right? Yeah. And a label. So all of this looks good. So if we run the scene, come back to that. Let's see. So the liability, it is being shown. It is being shown. You can see the alpha is set to 1, and then it just hid itself. So these screens actually are showing. So something is not hiding itself. I would be willing to bet it's the cutscene manager's UI document. No, that has hidden itself. Safe area is set correctly. Interesting. So it does actually look like it's working. Now why are you complaining? I feel like random stuff just broke for no reason, and I'm not understanding why. So the dynamic manager on destroy method was called. It then tried to unload stuff, and it was no longer set to an instance of an object. Well, if we go look at our dynamic manager, does that have... Oh, well, no. Yeah, that would be why. It is missing that profile. Now, why is it missing that profile? This does not make sense. There's the profile. Interesting. And I actually want to check the FPS label. Yeah, I guess I did. I capitalized the folder, and because I capitalized the name on the folder, it also updated the namespace. So that makes sense. No, this cannot be made read-only. It's a serialized field. What are you doing, writer? Anyways, I'm gonna rebuild stuff really quick because I'm kind of worried. Let's do this. Let's clean the whole solution and then rebuild it. I'm kind of worried that something went wrong with the build, which would not surprise me. And we got a warning somewhere, and that's for the camera effects. Yeah, we're gonna fix that later. So then if we go back into this project, yeah, I probably buy clothes, wear them once, and return them. Yes, that's my secret. Might actually have to try that now. Never thought about doing that. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Now, dynamic manager does not have a reference to anything. Why? It broke it in here too. Why? Did I... No, it's still called the same thing. That's so weird. Why did it break the reference to these scriptable objects that are still the same exact script and namespace? Huh. Unity's messing with me again. Default. Okay. Well, we will fix their reference. And if we come here, so strange. It's not like auto-populating. Hold on, let's close and reopen the project. Unity is crapping its pants here. I'm not sure why. All right, now, if we go in here, oh, hey, look, it magically got its reference back. Thank you, Unity, for crapping your pants. I appreciate you wasting my time. I'm just kidding. All right, so now let's re-export the packages. I had a feeling Unity had something to do with this. When there's a lot of moving pieces like this, Unity tends to get confused at times. But why it broke random things that didn't change the script at all, or the namespace, or whatever, I'm really not understanding. It's very strange. And you know what? I just updated to the new version of Unity. I hope that doesn't have something to do with it, but maybe it does. It's okay. We know how to fix it. Not a big deal. All right, so a second. Still exporting. Do. I have a friend that makes really good electric guitar video game music, like he does covers and stuff. And I want to get his permission to play his music on my stream because it's pretty badass. I also need to set up, I have a, whatchamacallit. God, hold on, I can't remember the name. Audio input, device for PC. There's like a specific name for this. So I have one of these Focusrites, I guess audio interface. So I want to set up my Focusrite and plug that into my stream, because then I can plug my guitar in and I can play some electric guitar for you guys and stuff too. Yeah. I've been writing a couple songs. So I'm very musically talented, I guess. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I have they're really nice. I recommend the new 4th generation, 4th gen Focusrite, and just it depends on your needs. If you need 4 inputs, like 2 microphones, 2 guitars, then you want to get the 4i4. But if you just need like, or I don't know why I said 2 microphones and 2 guitars, but if you need 4 instruments total, then you want the 4i4. I just have the 2i2, because I just need 2 inputs as just like a microphone and a guitar. But yeah, these are badass. And the new 4th generation has better software in it, as well as you can kind of see the knobs here. They will show you their level and stuff better, of like what is being input into the device. So it's kind of like a monitor of if your instrument is turned up too loud or whatnot. Yeah, these are badass. So I really want to get that set up, because then I could play some guitar and stuff too, because I've been, okay, that's what I was saying. So I've played piano since I was 2 years old, so I'm very musically oriented with piano and other instruments. I play the drums, acoustic and electric guitar, bass, saxophone even, clarinet, and I can sing a bit too, yeah. So on that note, I have been writing music in my free time, some piano melodies for this Metroidvania that I'm working on, as well as some pretty badass electric guitar parts for like when you hit a boss and stuff. Well, I don't have it set up right now. I'd have to figure out how to plug in my electric guitar or my piano. Here, hold on. You can actually see it behind me, maybe. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Hold on. I'm switching back to the big screen here. Maybe you can see it behind me. So like back right here, right there behind my TV is a piano and my guitar. So I'll have to figure out how to plug those in. That way it's blurred out. You can't even see it. Hold on, I'll switch to Yeah, I'll have to get that set up, and then I can play you guys some of the music that will be original music for this project. Pretty cool stuff. All right, now what did I do? Did I export this? I think I did. That was a few minutes ago. I think I now need to import it. Oh, that scene had my mic muted. Gotcha. That's true. Yeah, because I don't use that non-blur scene. I usually use the blur scene in case like my wife walks behind me. She doesn't want to be on camera, so I blur her out. So the non-blur scene is not really set up like a real scene. I was just switching to it to kind of get rid of the blur for a second. But yeah, you're right. I totally don't have my mic set up on that scene yet. But yeah, what I was pointing at is my instruments. Anyways, we're gonna get it set up, and I will play some music for you guys. One of these streams coming up here. All right, that didn't break anything this time. Now what I'm wondering. Now, this was yelling at me for some reason. I don't know why. But it all looks fine to me. Oh, wait, it's saying that this doesn't derive from mono behavior? That can't be right. So FPS label. It definitely derives from mono behavior, bro. What are you talking about, Unity? Man, Unity is playing games today. What is going on? Let's remove it. And it's not even there anymore. It doesn't even show up. Can we drag it on there? The script class cannot be found. Excuse me? It's literally right there. Right there, Unity. What is this nonsense? Maybe... Well, let's do this. Let's get the script back on there. Just discard changes. Let's do that. Let's delete the Dark Matter Studios folder because that seems to fix things when I delete it and then re-import it. But normally it does not do that. Full install addressable URP. Cool. All right, let's try this again. Re-import. Maybe we have to close and reopen this editor too. That worked for the other editor. So maybe if we close and reopen this one, then it'll work. We don't need that. All right, we got that back. If we go into, what is game managers? Oh, that's the Corgi engine one. So I don't like having this stuff in my project. I'm gonna have to remove Corgi engine again. Now this is upset about something. I'm assuming it's this. That can just be set to none. Let's go back out and let's go back into it. And now does it show up? What in the what? Ugh, okay, Unity's doing weird stuff again, so let's close and reopen this project. And let's close the scripts as well. I think that has something to do with it. Like when you have the project open in Writer or Visual Studio, as well as you have Unity open, and then you bring in new scripts or assemblies that have made changes, sometimes they just do not agree with that. Oh yeah, I've got to reopen the project. That would help. I'm like, what's going on? Where did it go? Okay. FPS label. Bro, what? What do you mean it can't not be found? It's right there. You're letting me drag it. Are there compile errors? I don't think so. Wow, we might have to do the full fix where we re-import the entire project. Let's do that. It's gonna take a minute. So yeah. While we're doing that, let's go check out the asset store again. Yeah, I know, right? Why is it doing that? It's the weirdest thing. But while it's doing that, let's go through the $35 asset store sale and see if there's some cool stuff in here. In fact, just like Epic Games gives away free games every Thursday, the Unity Asset Store also gives away free assets from the Publisher of the Week. This week is the Trivia Quiz Kit. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I like to log in once a week and collect these assets. I have a very... I'll show you. I have a lot of assets. 1,292 different assets that I own. So you can see where all my money goes, is all right here into things that I'll probably never use. So, in fact, you might like this, Mimo. Here is a turn-based strategy framework that's kind of similar, I think, to what you were describing yesterday with your like the grid system, but this does it with a hexagon grid system. So interesting stuff. Yeah. Oh, here you go. Yeah, usable with both hexagonal and square-based cell grids. So, yeah. Yeah, I've got all sorts of assets in here. There's a lot. In fact, for this project specifically, yeah, you don't need that. You could probably just write your own. But I just saw it and it reminded me of what you were talking about yesterday. But for Midnight Sun, I found this very cool Pixel Metroidvania bundle. Would have been nice 2 weeks ago. So yeah, this Pixel Metroidvania bundle. I kind of like this. This kind of looks pretty cool. I'm liking the aesthetic here. We'll kind of scroll through some of the images. So we have some pixel characters. We got maybe some bosses or statues or animals or something. I'm wondering actually if these are animated. Yeah, I like the look of this. Here's some more. Here's like a magic effect maybe, or in a robot and some other things. Yeah, and they also have this cool mirror effect, but I don't know if that's just how they set up these preview images or not. I'm wondering. They got some cool trees. Yeah, I always wonder that too. Like, there's a lot of packs like this, and it's like, I guess it's whoever buys it and gets their product out to market first, then gets to use it, right? So, yeah, probably good for game jams. But at the same time, I haven't seen any games with this art specifically. The closest thing that I've seen lately is Animal Well, if you've heard of that. But it definitely does not use any of this art. It's just a similar pixel style. Yeah, have you played Animal Well at all? It's a pretty interesting game actually. Yeah, I really like the aesthetic of this asset. I'm thinking of using this, but then you kind of have like futuristic stuff. So maybe I'll have to switch to like a cyberpunk theme or something. I don't know. That could be cool. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting game. Man, it's like $50 now. So this pack was on sale for like $15 maybe a week or two ago. I should have picked it up. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I should have picked this up when it was on sale, but I'm sure it'll go on sale again. I was talking about scriptable object variants yesterday, that I like how you can make a prefab variant. I want to be able to make, and you can actually make material variants now too. But I want the ability to make a scriptable object variant. So it would technically duplicate the scriptable object. You could then override the properties of the variant, and be able to reset them back to the original scriptable object if you wanted to. Which I guess maybe it doesn't make sense for scriptable objects, because you could just make another scriptable object of that same type and put in different values. But I like how the prefab variant system works, and I want that for scriptable objects, I was thinking. And I found this, yeah, just control D it, right? But I found this interesting asset actually while I was just curious if something existed. And this person apparently found a way to make scriptable object variants. So as you can see here, number 1 is like the root. Let's go back. Number 1 is the root scriptable object. Number 2 is a variant that then shows what its original is. And then number 3 is a variant of number 2 that also shows what its original is. And as you change the values in number 2, it updates number 3, but it doesn't touch the original scriptable object. And you can then revert properties. Just interesting. I think it might be interesting to have to speed up your workflow. I always like little things that help to save time, even if it's not a lot of time, I guess. For scriptable objects, it doesn't seem super useful, but maybe it could be. I don't know. All right, I think we're done. We have reloaded stuff. Everything is back and working. Let's see if our FPS label now works correctly. It's just not there to begin with. Oh, hey, but it's showing up. What do you know? Boom. All right, and then this guy needs reference to that. Wow, so had to jump through fiery hoops just to get Unity to recognize that the script that was in the project window was actually there in the project. That's amazing. Anyways, it's fixed now. Let's see. We still haven't fixed the, oh shit, now what? Let me guess, this does not have its reference anymore, right? Yeah, it's missing its reference. But can I find the reference? I can. But that's not the one that I created. That's not this one. Oh, hey, look, this one's missing its script too. Ugh. Man, why did everything break like that? I imported my tools like 3 times already, and it was working, and then I imported another time without touching any of these scripts specifically, and everything just like crapped its pants. I'm liking to use that term today, if you didn't notice. Alright, we'll set this back up with the game timer, the location manager, the pause manager, and the player manager. Alright, and then we'll go back here, and that's not the right profile. We want that profile. And let's save and save the project, I guess, just in case that helps. Alright, so now, if we play, we're still getting a null reference, really? Huh? I just fixed that. I just fixed your reference. What are you talking about? Alright, we're going to do it like this. We're going to delete the variant. It's removed it from here. We're going to go find the original. Create a new variant from it. Drag it into persistent managers. Rename it. Set it back up here. And then this one, we want it to have this profile. Yeah, this profile. There we go. All right, save the variant. So this one looks correct. It is set up. And if we go click on that one, it is this one. And it's set up correctly. Okay, I think that'll fix it. It did fix it, but now there's other stuff that's broken, apparently. What? Why did all these, like, scripts break? Even prefab objects broke. That's really strange to me. I'm not sure what I did. I don't think I did anything out of the ordinary. Huh. Let's check on it in the original project. Oh, I guess the original project broke, and that's why. And why is that not showing up? As one of my scripts. It's a base behavior. I don't have more than one, right? Startup. Startup.cs. No, it's the same file. Okie doke. Alright, build all that. Bro, Unity is on one now. So I'm annoyed because this object should be showing up as one of my objects with my logo and with the dark theme and stuff, just like how this one does with the main and the info tab and stuff like that. But for whatever reason, it is not. What if I create a new one? I want to see if that changes anything. Nope, still not showing up. Broski bros. Okay. I'm kind of tired of this. We're gonna close that. Don't save that. We're gonna close that. We're gonna close that. We're even gonna close Unity Hub itself. So it clears out all of its cache. Both the projects cleared their cache. Unity Hub will clear its cache. And we're gonna reopen Unity Hub. We're gonna reopen the project. I swear, if I have to re-import everything again, grab the startup object, and it's still not. Bro. Man, Unity is wasting my time. Re-import everything again. Well, I already re-imported it, or else I would have opened it up. But I can tell just by clicking on it, it showed in the inspector that it's still not using my custom editor for anything that inherits from my base behavior. No, I don't think it did have a missing component on it. It wasn't showing up with my custom editor for some reason. Which just leads me to believe that Unity is crapping its pants again. I'm gonna use that like 100 more times today. Man, Unity, bro. See, I try. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I'll check it once it. Hopefully this fixes it. If not, we'll open it up and we'll take a look. But it's literally just a transform with that script on it. There's no other components or anything. It's an empty game object with a transform and with that startup script on it. So I'm not sure what's going on. Cool. That didn't fix it either. Why? Just why? Why are you doing this to me, Unity? Yeah, see this is just a very simple object with a transform and with that startup script on it. That is all. And this, you can see, is a script underneath this scene director assembly. And if we open up that script, here it is, startup.cs. You can see clearly it is a base behavior which should then be using my base behavior editor. Just like everything else, like look, all of these, well, the README doesn't because that does something else. But you can see this object is working. In fact, the music player, the editor is working. But just that startup object is now no longer working. That is beyond me. I cannot understand why it would do that. I guess it's not a huge deal because it'll probably still do its job, but that just annoys me because it once again tells me that Unity has screwed something up, and it's causing me frustration. So maybe you were talking about this one. I had clicked on this one, and yeah, it's missing. I think the dynamic manager is what goes there. But it's this object that I have a problem with. You know what? I'm gonna delete that. We're gonna clean the entire solution, which I think I already did. We're gonna clean it again. And then let's reopen that project, and then we will rebuild the entire solution one more time. I think we're done with that. We fixed that. See, I had a whole plan today. Yeah, I tried removing the script and adding it back, but I'll try that again. But I had a whole plan today to actually show some interesting content, and we made a little progress, I guess. We did get the scene director system working again. I guess I could show off. Oh, sorry, this isn't even the right project. I forgot, we closed the other project. I could show off the whole main menu and stuff. But I keep getting stuck on little things. Okay, now does anything have an error? No, everything looks good except for that camera effects is not being used, but we already know about that. That is fine. One more thing. Let's double check. Yeah, it's going into the right place. It's the right type of project, the right language. Okay, I mean, that should be working. Let Unity recompile. You know, maybe I did not remove the script and add it back. I can't remember now. But maybe that would fix it. But I deleted that prefab object anyway. Let's make a brand new one. That would go into here. And we'll reset that to 0. And add that startup script. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going on. That annoys me. I feel like Unity has made this a very painful process today. Well, there are no meta files for that script in particular. Well, I guess there is a meta file for the assembly that contains that script. But that script is a part of this scene director project, which is being built into a DLL. Okay, hold on. I'm exporting the packages again, but yeah, let me try to make a game. I'll just make a new game object and not rename it or anything. Very, very strange. While it's doing that, I'm gonna eat some gummies. Hmm. Yeah, that's not fixing it either. I'm not in debug mode, right? Nope, I'm in normal mode. Can we try closing the inspector and re-adding it? Bro. I don't know what happened. This is very strange to me. I guess let's go to the other project and see if it's broken there too. Well, so this, in the other project, it's missing the script. And we have to import anything that we change, but it's still doing that here too. That's so strange. But every other script that is a base oh, well, except for this one. What is this? Why is this broken? You know what? It seems to be just these projects that broke, which I don't understand. You know what we could do is let's completely delete those projects. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of jumping windows back and forth, so sometimes I go quicker than even my brain can think. And I don't mean to, especially for you guys, because I know you're trying to watch and stuff too. So if I need to go slower, tell me, because I'll just start clicking around and be like, oh, click, 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 click. All right, so, yeah. Well, so the reason I'm working on two projects simultaneously, this Unity.Dark Studios project is the project where all of these DLLs are built into, and then I export them as Unity packages from that. Oh, whatever. Making fun of me. Okay. So, I deleted those folders from this project completely. And let's delete that. Yeah. So I'm hoping that now if I rebuild those projects, it actually didn't do anything. Well, maybe I should have closed and reopened Rider. Maybe that was the issue, is that Rider needed to be refreshed. And maybe I did that? I don't know. So let's clean the solution again. And build the solution again. And we got the one warning for camera effects, but what I care about is so scene director got built, and scene director addressable got built, and scene director editor got built, and scene director addressable editor got built. Perfect. Okay, so we've rebuilt everything. Those folders should now show back up again. It seems to be just those projects that broke too, which is interesting. All right, so that has now shown back up. We have our assemblies in here with that startup script. Now what happens if we place it on a new object? I want to clear that out. Bro, it's time to riot then. We're gonna delete that. I'm gonna re-import all again. I'm not understanding. My brain hurts. Why? Why, Unity? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Ah. No, just that one script stopped working for some reason. And I don't know why, but it does have something to do with these projects. These are the two projects that things seem to have broken for, whereas all the other projects are still working like they should. We have reference to the core project. Now, what if we remove the reference to the core project? It should then complain. Let's do that for all of these. Actually, apparently this one did not need the reference to the core project. Interesting. Core project. Unable to modify reference. Item doesn't belong. Item doesn't belong the project. Belong to the project and was evaluated from targets. There we go. That allowed me to delete it. And delete it there. All right, now let's add those references back. So this one should have core reference. That fixed it. This one does not need the core reference. It just needs a, well, I guess it added it because that one has it. But it has a reference to that project, okay? This one has the core, but it also needs the core editor reference. That should fix that. And this one then has technically it should have the reference to that editor project. So we're just going to give it to it anyway. Going to once again delete those two folders. We're going to save the project and exit. We are going to exit that. We are going to exit this project. We're going to exit Unity Hub. We're going to exit this and that and this. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so it can still find the script. It's just not displaying in the inspector like it's supposed to, like everything else is working, which is confusing. And I probably shouldn't be wasting time on this because it's just holding me back right now. But hopefully maybe correcting all these references will fix that. Let's see. Make sure these are set up correctly. Oh, interesting. These have the wrong spelling too. It should be the capital M. Project with that name already exists. Does it though? Does it? Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. I should move on from it. Hold on, we're going to try one last thing here. Sure, rename the namespace too. This is my last attempt here before I move on. So rename all those to not have the letter M, so that when we rename them again, it should then hopefully work. And not complain that something already exists. Rename. Alright, and if we go in here, interesting, this let's just did that fix it for all of them? I think it did. Okay, double check it's spelled correctly in here. Make sure the target directory is fine. Is the correct spelling. Okay. We'll try one more time. Clean everything. Build everything. Get rid of that, and let's go reopen Unity. Nope, not that. This. And reopen. Oh, interesting that Unity thinks... Wait, what? How did that get reinstalled? Didn't I remove this earlier? See, I don't think this is a me thing. I think this is a Unity thing, bro. Yes, remove. It is still there. What the what? I hope this doesn't have to do with me updating from 0.32 to 0.33. I would not think that a small minor update like that would cause so many issues, but it could have. Let's make sure there is no Unity Hub running. Nope. Okay. And we're even going to delete that folder ourselves because it shouldn't be there. And reopen Unity Hub. There we go. Alright. Yeah. That's what I would expect. Alright, and then reopen this project. And fingers crossed that all of our problems have magically gone away. So if we go into plugins, Dark Matter Studios, Scene Director, Runtime, we're going to make a new folder called Prefabs, and we're going to make a new object called Scene Director, reset its transform, and put the Scene Director. Hey, that one's working. Maybe it's just the startup script though. So that's working. Addressable Scene Director, reset that. Addressable Scene Director, okay, that one's working. That one goes into here though. Okay. And back to the original one. Alright, the moment of truth. The start up object. Reset and add the startup script. Yes, it's working! Now, why did that fix it? $1 million if someone can tell me why that fixed it. What in the hell? Okay, well, it's working again. That's all that matters. So delete that. Save this project. Re-export the packages. Maybe it was because of the wrong name? Yeah! I am so confused why that happened. It doesn't matter anymore. We have fixed the issue. Moving on. Alright, so we're re-exporting the package. Let's go ahead and get the other project open. And for good measure, we're going to delete the entire Dark Matter Studios folder so that anything that has a broken reference or broken script or whatever is maybe gone. And then as soon as these packages are done exporting, we will re-import it. And we should be all good. I pray. Because I don't think I can take much more of this. For real, yeah. I can feel the life leaving me. Okay. Import custom package, full addressable URP package. Open. Now let's confirm that the Scene Director project is here. It is, and the addressable project. Cool, cool, cool. Perfect. Everything's there. It doesn't need to re-import any of this other stuff that it already has. And import. Oop. About to knock over my coffee. Luckily, there wasn't much in there anyway. Sure. It's complaining because I renamed it to a capital M, and that does not match the lowercase m of the meta file, I guess. So let's re-import everything. Just one more time. I know this is taking forever. I'm so sorry, guys. And really quick, while it's re-importing, I'm going to step away and use the restroom. So it's a great time to take a small stretch break. I will be right back in like 2 minutes, not even. All right, I'm back already. I'm hoping, turn the music back down here. I am hoping that re-importing it will then correct that issue because it's going to re-import those assemblies, and we can just go back to what we were doing. The important thing is that it is fixed in this project, and that is, as long as it's working here, it should work in the other project. It's just annoyed that I renamed the thing, I guess. Renamed the assembly. Which I didn't even really rename it. I just capitalized a letter that should have been capitalized. Technically, that's not a rename. You know what I gotta do too is get Fruity Loop Studio set up. That's what I use for making music, is Fruity Loop Studio. Yeah, it's gonna be smooth sailing from here, I believe. No, that's not where it is. So while it's doing that too, we'll set up Fruity Loop Studio. Ignore this folder that says crack. This is definitely not cracked software of any kind. And run that. And yes to that. And we'll get Fruity Loop Studio set up. This is what will allow me to play music for you guys, as well as record music. Ableton's good too, yeah, for sure. I've been using Fruity Loop Studio for the longest time. I used to make hip hop beats and stuff. I'm not sure if you're being truthful or not, but I'm gonna choose to believe you. But yeah, there's a lot of software that I know how to get a lot of things for a very good price. Wink, wink. And have been very good at that. Like, here's Adobe Premiere Pro, for example. No one needs to know, though. We shouldn't be showing this off on stream. If you ever need anything, though, let me know. I have a whole setup on my server. Whoops, wrong server. I have two servers. I have a personal server and a Dark Matter Studios server. But so on my personal server, I have a whole setup where I get TV, music, movies, books, games, and even educational stuff like Udemy videos, which I even have some FL Studio stuff in here. Hey. But yeah, and my server has a crap ton of space on it too. Let's see. Oh wait, does it say? It did say for a second, but then that pop-up came up. So I've got a 12 terabyte drive, and I've still got like 4.5 terabytes of free space left. And whenever I run out, I then go to Amazon. Drive. Oh, you can see all the stuff that I've bought. And whenever I run out, I then buy another one of these. You can see I've purchased it 2 times now, actually. I buy another 12 terabyte drive, or bigger, because they have all the way up to 22 if you want. It's just that much more expensive. Maybe I'll get a 20 terabyte next time. They're a little expensive though. Yeah. And then I throw this into my server and I just increase the space like exponentially. So I never run out of space. Because I've got, I don't know if I should actually show this off, but we'll show it anyway. You can see I've got many movies in here, 1,674 different movies, all sorts of stuff. And then I use the Plex server, Plex for Windows. So I have the Plex server is running on my server. And then I can use Plex for Windows or for Android or for whatever device I want. Yeah, I know. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, probably don't want to be showing this off. But that's okay. We're just gonna delete this VOD afterwards and no one will ever know. Alright, oh wait, we're finishing Fruity Loops as well. We're installing like 6 things all at once, and now I'm getting very sidetracked. Okay, that's finished. Then we go here, and we go here, and extract that here. And then we take all that and we cut it we go to here, and we paste it there, replace all the files. Yep, do that for all the files. I hate when it does that. It like doesn't allow me to copy stuff from my server sometimes, which can be super frustrating. And just in case it's gonna give me problems, we're going to go add an exception for that folder on my desktop called new folder. Now it has an exception. Now we can, shit, where to go? Take everything in here except for that, and we're gonna cut it, and we're gonna go to the desktop, and we're gonna paste it there. Perfect. And then we're gonna cut it from here and go to the folder, and paste it there, replace everything, continue. Perfect. That worked this time. We will delete this new folder. We will delete that random shortcut that showed up. And one more thing I need. That. Copy that. Put it here. And merge it. Yes. Done. Okay. Cool. And now we have legitimately purchased Fruity Loop Studio, guys. Yes. Whoa, what? The desktop itself is an exception? No. We don't want that. And we don't want this new folder. And we don't want, well, some of these things we want. I'll come back and check that out later. All right. This seems to be working now. We're gonna find that startup object. I guess I didn't spell enough of it. Startup object. It is working like it should be. We're gonna drag it in there. We're gonna then set the scene. Oh, shit. Let me guess. All the scriptable objects broke their reference to. Hey, wouldn't you know it? So that is an addressable menu scene. That is an addressable menu scene. And that is an addressable menu scene. And back to normal. This one is the splash. Should have a reference to the splash scene. This one is the main menu. It should have a reference to the main menu scene. And this one is the credits. And it should have reference to the credits scene. Wait, what? Oh, I think I selected the wrong type for this. Whoops. Debug. That should be an addressable menu scene. I could have sworn that's what I selected. This is credits. That'll have reference to the credits scene. All right, and then go fix the game scene as well. The addressable game scene. That back to normal. Just call that game. And it should have reference to the game scene. Perfect. All right. Now those should show up here. Hey, they do. We can put the splash screen back. It's working. Now, one other thing that might be broken is this guy. Yes. Yeah, the variant got broken. So let's delete him. And go to this one. And that one's working, perfect. We create a prefab variant from it. We shove it in there. We rename it. We put it back here. And, oh, we have universal settings twice, huh? Why do we have that? Everything else looks good. Okay. And then I guess let's check all of these again. Good, 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 good. All right. I think we are back to working order. Yay, finally. Yep, our splash screen loaded. And I'm pretty sure these are showing themselves. Like, this will turn to a 1 right now. Yeah, see? It's totally trying to show itself, but I think something else is on top of it blocking it for whatever reason. Probably has something to do with the cutscene manager, actually. So what if I did this? Let's play again. And then once the cutscene's done, we're going to disable this cutscene manager object. No, that didn't do anything. Oh, I know why it's not showing. Because we're not adding the UI camera. So watch, when we play, the splash screen shows up like it should. That's not the problem. The problem is the main camera, because we're using Universal Render Pipeline, it needs to have the UI camera, because I use, under the UI manager, I have a UI camera that is an overlay camera. The main camera should have that UI camera here, and we forgot to set that up. So now that that's there, if we unpause, it should actually work as expected. So we'll finish the cutscene, and then we should see the liability notice. Yes, we are making progress. Progress feels good. And that's all working like it should be. And that was the problem. And then the other issue is that here in the Splash presenter, we're calling that main menu game event, but no one is listening to this yet. So we need someone to listen to this. We need someone to listen to this event and then switch to the main menu scene. All right, cool. Super cool. All right, now how do I add the UI camera as an overlay camera? First off, I can't even do that with the regular camera manager. That's part of the problem. We actually have to delete that guy. And we have a URP camera manager, which we haven't even created yet. So let's go create that prefab in the other project. URP camera manager. In fact, let's do this. This will be easier. We're going to take the existing camera manager that's already set up and going to unpack the prefab completely, rename it to URP camera manager, and a nifty little trick, since the camera manager and the URP camera manager, the URP camera manager script inherits from the camera manager script. So if we switch to debug mode, and swap out the camera manager script with the URP camera manager, it will keep all of its references. So when we switch back to normal, now it is a URP camera manager and still maintained all of its references, which we could have just set up again anyways, but why? Why would we do that? So, man, we're back on a good track now. This is awesome. I'm happy. All right, so get rid of that. Re-export those projects. And take a minute to re-export those. And then we'll re-import it into here, and we'll get the URP camera manager. Because this project is using the universal render pipeline, because that's probably all it needs. I'm not doing anything high definition, and URP is basically just as good as the standard render pipeline, if not better, because you get access to things like the shader graph. So you can create awesome shaders with the visual node system and whatnot. And yeah, and it's supposed to be more performant than the regular one, which I'm not, I guess it depends on how you're using it. But we will definitely use it to its fullest eventually, if we ever get to that. Oh, now another thing is I need to actually, we might need to shoot, you know what? We didn't even set up the URP camera manager to listen for these events yet. But that's what I was about to say needs to be done. On collision, enter. No. On enable. Base.enable. And then URP camera events dot on add overlay camera plus equals add overlay camera. And URP camera events dot on remove overlay camera plus equals remove overlay camera. All right. And then on disable, on disable, copy that, paste that there, make that unregister. All right. And then we don't actually need those XML comments because I only do that on public methods, and we're going to make those private methods because everything should be private. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Cool. So that's now complete. We then need to rebuild this. Which that'll happen here. Ooh. No one saw that. Shh. All right. Now, one thing I want to do is add a new script file inside of Unity. That is called overlay camera. We're gonna have to re-export that anyway. Oh, well, why did I add just a new script? Forget that. Poor practice here. Delete that. I mean, I need to add a new script, but what I should have done is add a new mono behavior, and we'll call it overlay camera. And then it'll automatically add my copyright and inherit from base behavior, etc., and so forth. So what we're going to do is we want an on enable. Oops. And an on disable. Actually, no. I think we want to do this in start and on destroy, because in case this happens at the same time as the camera manager is instantiated, the camera manager listens for those events in on enable. So we then want to set the overlay URP camera events dot add overlay camera and have a reference to an overlay camera would help. The overlay camera overlay. Actually, we don't even need. We don't need that reference. I mean, we could do it that way, but instead we're going to use our handy dandy new system UI camera dot add listener URP camera events add overlay camera. Hey, that's fancy. Then camera remove add overlay camera. Okay. So in on enable, we add a listener to the UI camera that calls that add overlay camera event. And then on disable, we remove that listener because we are good programmers and we clean up after ourselves. And then we don't need that technically, but I realize now why I need the value field. So I guess we do need to create this serializable field for now. Be easier this way anyway. Header dependencies, and then in start, we will call this with the overlay camera, and in on destroy, we will call remove with the overlay camera. Oh, you know what? No. Here's what I can do. I can say this doesn't need to be serializable. We don't need that in the inspector. And instead of calling the event directly, we can say void on UI camera. Camera, UI camera. We can set the overlay camera equals the UI camera, and then call that event and pass that in here and unregister from it here. Because then when this object is destroyed, or actually maybe we just do it in on disable, we can then tell the camera manager to remove that overlay camera because this has been disabled. So we don't want it in on. Is that right? Yes, I think that is right. Cool. Yeah, so we're listening for the UI camera. And when the UI camera is set, we then cache that camera reference as the overlay camera. And then call the add overlay camera event with that overlay camera, or with the UI camera, whatever. Well, I guess this is just doing it with the UI camera. I should maybe call this something else. Whatever, I'll figure that out later. The point is that will work. And then in on disable, we will remove this listener to clean up after ourselves, and also tell the camera manager to remove the overlay camera, because this component is going to go on that UI camera anyways. So if it gets disabled, it should then remove, if that UI camera is disabled, that means this component will get disabled, and it should then remove itself as an overlay camera. So there we go, overlay camera. And we will export that. It's the last time we should have to export it. And this should then fix our issue, so I don't have to pause and drag the UI camera in as an overlay camera. Everything will communicate nicely with each other and know how to set up their overlay, the overlay camera and the base camera, etc. and so forth. And then we can move on to the main menu itself, because we have the splash screen working now. All right, almost done here. Almost done. We might actually get to some interesting stuff today. Either way, now that all of this is out of the way, it'll be a lot easier and a lot more frictionless to do all the other stuff that I was hoping to do. All right, so we have a URP camera manager. Create a variant of him. Stuff it into the persistent managers folder. Get rid of the word variant. We already know it's a variant. It has the icon. And it'll actually go down here, I think. Yep. There we go. All right, and then one other thing we need to do is on our UI manager variant, on the UI, I guess it doesn't matter where I put it. We'll put it here. Overlay camera. It doesn't matter where we put it because when this UI manager sets the UI camera, this will pick up that event and then tell the the URP camera manager to set that as an overlay camera. All right, now, moment of truth. If we play, I shouldn't have to do anything. We should get the splash screen. So it'll load from the startup scene to the splash scene. It'll play the splash. It will then show the liability notice and the autosave notice. And they should actually show up this time because all the cameras will have been stacked correctly. So, moment of truth. There we go. There's our splash screen. And we're only running at like almost 1,000 FPS. That's interesting. Shit, it didn't work. Now, why didn't it work? It never received its overlay camera. But this should be receiving it. Oh, you know what? Shoot. For sure. So I think I should have done this in start and on destroy instead, because on enable, awake and on enable are usually called about the same time, and you cannot guarantee the order in which things are initialized. So let's put that there instead. And if not, we'll just update this script to have, we'll make this a serializable field that you just drag the camera into. In fact, that might be the better way to do it anyways. Yeah, so it should be like that. So we'll do it in start and on destroy. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to make this a serializable field, and that should correct the problem. Because technically, by the name overlay camera, it shouldn't have reference to that UI camera event anyway. In fact, let's just do that. I feel like that's cleaner. Because we don't want it to have reference to this UI camera directly, because that's saying that the overlay camera is the UI camera no matter what. And that's not the case. So we still need to do this in start. But it should actually be this goes here. And in on destroy, we remove it. And we don't need that. Because then this can work with any camera. Because you might have more than one overlay camera. And as long as you have attached this component to that camera, or just attached it somewhere and dragged the camera in, then it will then add it as an overlay camera. So now this is more generic. It doesn't just work with the UI camera. It can work with as many cameras as you want. You could have multiple overlay cameras, right? Do I want to make this? We're gonna do it like this. We're still gonna get rid of that. And say overlay camera. Nah, just go back to how it was. All right. Okay, let's build that. Unity recompiles. We will export this. Ooh. Yeah, but this seems a lot cleaner because now this works with any camera. You put it on the camera or near the camera and drag the camera in. That's why I was thinking of getting the camera in Awake, so that you could just put this on any camera directly, and that it would then add it as an overlay camera. I still kind of like that idea. But either way, this is going to work now, and it can work for any camera. In fact, I am going to update that to do it in Awake. Say overlay camera equals, we'll do a try get component of camera out overlay camera, and we'll say has camera, and we'll get rid of that, and we'll get rid of that. And we'll actually put that above that, because that comes first. So, oh yeah, we don't have to pass in the type because it's passing in the type here, technically. And then we can take this script, copy it exactly as it is, and move it into this project. Put it under utilities. Call it overlay camera. And do that. I just wanted to keep this namespace, that's why I didn't remove it yet. Delete that, and delete that, and fix everything, and get rid of that because it's already in its namespace. And then here, if not has camera, return. And same here, if not has camera, return, because there's nothing to remove, there's nothing to add. Boom, boom. We can then build this. Uh-oh. Unity crapped out on me again. Come on. It'll recompile, and then we can actually delete this one. Delete that one. And delete this empty folder. And then export the packages one more time. As if we haven't done that enough. What? Are you... Love you. Alright, sorry guys, I was talking to my daughter really quick. Alright. Export these out, get this into the other project, and this is going to fix the issue. So many setbacks today. It's been a rough day. But we are definitely making good progress here. So now, if we should go in here, we should remove that script because it no longer exists, and back out of that prefab and import the package. In fact, I wonder if that script is still there. Importing a package that used to have something that no longer exists doesn't necessarily mean it got rid of it. It would have been under here. Yeah, it is still there. So we can delete that folder because that shouldn't be there anymore technically. Alrighty. And then we can go to our UI Manager prefab. The UI camera itself, this is an overlay camera, and we can add the overlay camera component to it. Now that should fix all of our problems. So if we play, and we go to the URP camera manager, it does have the UI camera as an overlay camera. Perfect. And it's working. Ta-da! All right. Good. Okay. Null reference exception. URP. Looks like a real game now. Woo! So we're getting a... We got a null reference here. I actually know exactly why. Because we are registering up here. We're adding a listener to the main camera, and when we stop playing, the main camera is set to null. that then still tries to call this method, and we have to say if main camera equals null, then return. Because it should not do that. I wonder if I could do it like this. Main camera. Oh, I can actually. Ooh, so clean. So we put our nice little question mark here. It's gonna see if the main camera is null. Otherwise, it won't try to call this method if it is. So that was what we had to fix. All right. Now, you've only seen the splash screen and the liability notice and the autosave notice so far. Wait till you see the main menu. That is coming up next. Ha ha ha. We have finally made enough progress to do so. So it started out a little rough today, but we're definitely making good progress, though. I'm pretty happy with how this is going so far today, even though I was banging my head against the wall for a while. I feel like that's part of the development process, you know. You can't grow new brain cells unless you destroy the old ones by banging your head against a wall. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Yes, we know. We are so close. And while it's doing that, let's go ahead and go to our main menu scene. You can see I've actually got a lot of stuff set up already, including a music player. And does that have its audio cue? It does not. So let's go ahead and put in the main menu music, which does have an audio clip. Perfect, okay. That's good. So we'll save that. And then we will check to make sure this is all set up like we want it. Show start screen, main menu, cool. And then make sure these screens have the right, they do, they have their references. Now, I'm not sure if the buttons and stuff will work when we get here, but it does look like this is all set up correctly. So the last thing that we need to do, let's go ahead and save that, is we need to go into our game manager. Let's open that up. And go into the game events. That on Splash. Sorry, on Splash. You know what I could do? Let's revert the changes to this class, because that'll just add everything back in, and I think I just have to fix the game events. So it'll be easier than me typing everything manually. So if we go here, we're looking for project scripts, game manager, might be up here actually. Project scripts, game manager, unstage that, go here, we will discard the file changes, we will go back into here, the game manager will yell, that's perfectly fine, and we don't need game events. We don't need that header, these are just dependencies. Add the reference for those. And we'll update all of these all at once. Game events. And same here, we'll update all of these all at once. Boom. And I think it's actually load. is what we're looking for. Okay. So load, and just copy that across these. Load, 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 load. All right, and now our game manager is listening for that main menu event, as it should be, or maybe it shouldn't be. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is, someone is listening for that main menu event, and then is opening or loading the main menu scene. So now after, let's see, we exported all that. Let's go ahead and import that. We'll install addressable URP, import all that. So now, after the splash screen and the notices and stuff, we should get to the main menu. I don't know if anything's broken here or not. I'm hoping maybe not, because it'll be really cool to show off. Hold on one second. All right. Sorry, just talking to someone real quick. Okay, we have imported the new package. We can go back to the startup scene. Well, let's turn down the music here because we're actually going to get some music from the project now. And if we play, we should... let's double check one more thing. Yeah. So the game manager does not have any of its references. Let's add all those in. Perfect. This is all still working, right? Right. Okay. All right, so now that it has all its references, if we play, we should get to the main menu. Are you ready for this? Check this out. So we get our splash screen. Get nice and big. We get our liability notice. We then get our autosave notice. And then we should switch to the main menu. We're not switching to the main menu. Well, we're getting close. Hold on. Let's go see what went wrong. Go here to the Splash Presenter. It should be calling. That main menu event. Which is then invoking this event. Which it looks like no one's listening to. But the game manager is listening to it. Well, now it looks like it's listening to it. It's weird that those were grayed out just a second ago. I would be willing to bet that now that it's not grayed out and it's telling me that it's listening, that it's set up here. So it should be calling the main menu, and it should then be loading the main menu scene, right? How does the startup script work? Maybe I'm calling the wrong method. Scene events, load scene. The scene SO should also be doing that. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. So I'm calling this method, which is technically correct, but it's not going to do anything. I'm supposed to pass this object in through the scene events, actually. Let me see if I can... I was thinking maybe I could create another load method because this has different parameters, I guess, or different signature, but it will not let me do that. So load load scene references. Load scene references. Unload scene references. And a really cool thing we'll do is we'll make these not interface. We will make these internal. Oh shoot, wait a minute. Because it has to take it from the interface. No, I guess we can't make them internal. Oh, well, I was going to show off something cool. And then we will make a public void load and a public void unload. And we will call scene events.load scene this. And scene events dot do I not have an unload? I feel like maybe that's for a reason, but also I feel like I should have the unload method, which is kind of weird that it's not there. So let's just add that really quick on unload, and we'll invoke that in the unload, and then back in the scene, unload scene this. All right, so you don't need to know about the scene events. You just have to have reference to this object and call load on it, and it will then automatically pass itself into the scene events that's picked up by the scene director, which all sounds super confusing if you don't know what I'm talking about. Load scene references. Actually, we gotta rename it the right way. Load scene references. Yeah, that's fine. And unload scene references. Yeah, that's fine. All right, that should correct that error. Perfect. All right, this might be the last thing I do today. It's already been, what, 4.5 hours of streaming here. Do I need to fix anything in here? No, I think I just re-export the Unity packages. All right. Yeah, for real. We got a lot of the hard stuff out of the way now, and so well, just wait. You're gonna see the main menu right now, and it's pretty badass. So you'll see how much progress we actually made today in just a minute. Uh, the problem was I was calling this method from the game manager, and that's not the right way to load a scene through this scene director system. You have to pass the object in through the scene events, because then the scene director, when you call it this way, the scene director doesn't know to unload the old scene and then load the new scene and doesn't keep track of everything, and so this doesn't actually work. So I renamed those so it's a little more obvious what they do, and then gave it a load and unload method that calls itself or passes itself into the scene events. So as soon as we import this into the other project, it should just work. So that's done. And we will import that, that one. And import. And we are going to get ourselves to the main menu today. So we actually made a crap ton of progress. We have the whole initialization of the project with many systems already working, right? We then have the splash screen, the liability screen, the autosave notice screen, and then we're going to get to the main menu. And here we go, the moment of truth. So we got our splash screen. Liability notice. Autosave notice. And the splash screen should unload and we should get the main menu scene. And we do! And here is our main menu scene. You can see it's pretty dope, actually. There's not supposed to be enough time to read that, bro. I'm just kidding. Actually, that's how a lot of other games do it, is they show that liability screen and they put tons and tons of text on it, and then it goes away after like 3 seconds and you're like, wait, what? But yeah, here we are. This is the main menu screen. You can see it's got some cool particle effects. It's got some dramatic music. And let's see if stuff works. Yeah, stuff is working. We can actually switch between the different screens. We can go into the settings, the game settings, and in here you can actually change the background. So here, we'll change through some of the backgrounds here. So my plan is to make this like different things that you could unlock maybe after beating the game or getting certain achievements. And like maybe you get an achievement in the game and then it automatically updates the main menu to the new screen that you just unlocked, which would be pretty cool. So we got a snow scene. Yeah, but if so let's say you unlock an achievement in the game, and then it and then it automatically like updates the main menu. So the next time you open the game, you then have that new background automatically without having to come change it or anything. My plan is to actually hide this option. I just put it there so that I could test switching through everything. But then that way, every time you boot up the game, you would get some sort of different background based on your progress throughout the game, right? Yeah, exactly. As the story progresses. So, and some of these I don't like, but I'll remove the ones that I don't like, and I'll try to make them things that relate to maybe like different areas of the map, right? Like you hit a new area that's like a new biome, and then we'll have like a background that's related to that biome, and then that would then be what gets unlocked. I have not watched Invincible. I know about it, but I haven't watched it yet. Is that pretty good? So yeah, we got a couple more. Here's blood. Blah, blah. They do a cool thing in the first season where they show the title screen. It's bloodier and bloodier every episode. Ooh, cool. Okay. Here we go. The blood background, right? Ha 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 ha. But yeah, that'd be cool. I'll have to check that out and see what you're talking about, what you're referring to. But yeah, so here's all that. I like the blurred flow red is my favorite. So yeah, and then we even have I had a feeling some things would be broken. In fact, I know what's broken here. It's missing the reference to the audio settings scriptable object. So maybe we go fix that really quick. Scenes, menu. Actually, we don't even have to do that. We can just go straight to the screen itself. Audio settings, and yeah, so it's missing that scriptable object. So it just says invincible, and each episode, since the story gets more effed up, blood is sprayed over the text by the end of the season. It's all for real. Oh, that's pretty cool. I want to see that. That sounds cool. In fact, maybe I can Google that really quick. Invincible title screen GIF. Hey. Invincible title card. Yeah, title card GIF. Here we go. I don't know if that's doing anything. Okay, here we go. Oh well, I don't think that's the full thing. Oh, I see. I kind of see what you're talking. Here we go. Let's go to the YouTube of it. Oh, that's cool. I like the splatter effect and the sound. That's dope. Dude, I feel like I need to watch this now. That was pretty cool. Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm going for, but not just with the blood though. I want to have like different effects and stuff. But yeah, so the audio settings screen is broken because it does not have reference to its audio settings. Let's get that dragged in there. And now hopefully that should be fixed. We'll go ahead and play everything one more time. No, you can laugh at the idea if you want. I don't care. You can make fun of me. I will allow it. Alright, so this is all looking cool. And you'll see the main menu gets loaded. The splash scene got unloaded. And remember, keep in mind that none of these scenes are in the build because they're all addressable, which is amazing. So then I can make an original build. My ideas are too ahead of their time. Thank you, I appreciate that. So then I can make an original build that goes out onto users' devices, and maybe I need to make a change to a scene. I can then update that scene asset on the server, and the next time someone boots up the game, it would automatically download that updated scene in the background because it's not included in the build settings, and the one that they have cached on their device does not match the one on the server anymore. So I can then make updates and things to the game without people actually realizing or downloading a major update or things for their build. So very handy. So now, if we go into the audio settings, oh shit, something else is still broken. Well, it did kind of work though. We got our stuff back. Oh, it looks like the audio mixer got broken. and that broke like everything. What was the problem there? See, that's why it's great to have this developer console. So on audio settings screen, hold on. I think I know what's going on. Is this the right no, sorry, whoops, wrong project. It's this one. Let's close all that. Audio settings screen. So we have reference. Oh, we can actually get rid of this now, I think. And that now. And that. And that. And then reposition these to where I want them to be underneath the sound effects. And then we can actually get rid of those, because we don't use those anymore. And you know what, that's it was saying the null reference, hold on, is it, shit, I already cleared the console. So it was saying that the null reference was somewhere in this register events method. I'm wondering if it's because I had renamed this from dialogue to voice. Maybe I didn't realize that that also was not wrong project. That also was missing from the references here. Yeah, I guess it is. So let's go fix that. Okay, so we'll take this, duplicate it. It actually goes above music. We will call it ambience. Ambience. In fact, these are just sliders, right? Okay, yeah. Oops. No. Cancel. Whoa. Ambience. Ambience percentage. So master, ambience, music, sound effects, and one more for voice. Name it voice. Rename that to voice. Rename that to voice with a capital V percentage. And then we can make sure all those references are dragged in like they should be. Whoops, that's not actually the slider, that's the slider. Oh my god, why do I keep using my mouse here? Alright, and then what? Voice slider. I gotta rename these prefabs. That's not, those are, it's kind of confusing that says slider and then this says slider. That is not good practice here. Oh wait, wrong thing. That goes there. Alright, so we got master slider, master percentage, ambient slider, ambient percentage, music, sound effects, voice. All references are now dragged in. And then one thing I should do is maybe make this like 350 from the top, and the spacing could be like maybe 150. We'll put it back to what was it, negative 500? I think was how it was. Yeah, that looks okay. All right, last time we should be able to now go to the audio settings screen. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot one thing. One more thing. We need the audio mixer got screwed up somehow. We need to expose parameters. So we click on master, we go to the volume, we right click on it, and we expose it. Go to ambience, go to volume, expose it. Music, volume, expose it. Sound effects, volume, expose it. Voice, volume, expose it. And then we want to rename this master volume. And rename that ambience volume. And rename that music volume. Rename that, what is it, sound effects volume. And rename that to voice volume. Okay, that was the last thing. It was complaining that I had not exposed those parameters, which they should be exposed. This audio mixer actually comes from this other project. So yeah, it looks like they got reset here too. So just so I remember, so I don't have to remember to do this, we're gonna go ahead and do it here really quick too. Because if I ever import the package again, it might overwrite it. So rename that ambience volume. Rename that master volume. Rename that music volume. Rename that sound effects volume. And rename that to voice volume. Okay, just so I don't forget to do that. Now it's done. But let's go back to this project. And we don't need that anymore. And we'll, in fact, we'll see things working on the different channels too. So we'll leave that up. So the splash screen, for example, runs on the master channel. It's not ambience, it's not music. I guess it's kind of a sound effect, but it's kind of its own thing, and it's definitely not voice. So it runs on the master channel. When we get to the main menu, it'll play music, and that should be on the music channel. Well, and the master channel, of course, and which is working, perfect. And then we should be able to go into the audio settings. Everything looks set up correctly, except these values did not grab the right values, I guess. Strange indeed. But we should actually be able... we can. So if you look at the master volume right here, as I change the volume, it will actually drag that slider down. And then you can't hear anything. Haha. So put that back up to 100. Same with music, because we're playing music right now. We should be able to stop any music. But then sound effects and other stuff would still work. But so these should all start off at 100 though. I don't know why they're not. And it should actually say percentage next to it too. I guess that doesn't matter. What happens when I reset? Yeah, resetting it, set them all. So if I were to adjust everything all weird and wacky, right, we'll turn everything down. If we hit reset, oh, I guess reset's not working. Well, it's supposed to reset everything to 100%, I think. So I'll have to see what's going on there. Point is, we do have it now working where we can dynamically adjust these different sliders, these different channels, and the audio settings screen is working. So we're making even more progress. And then we can even go into the video settings, and you can see we've got most of this working as well, because this is all running off that universal settings asset that I was messing with. And I'm running on a 240 hertz monitor, and I have it set to unlimited FPS. I could even put that to 60 and apply it. And we went down to 60 FPS. Hey. And I think there's more options here. Yeah, there is. So we can go all the way up to 240 and apply it. And we'll be capped at 240 frames per second. Or we could just go to unlimited, because unlimited is badass, and we can hit like 1,000 FPS almost. Oh, like, even with the particle effects in the background, we're still hitting 500, 600 FPS, 700 FPS maybe. It's pretty cool. And yeah, so this is all on the high preset. And you can actually see if we go into... Thank you. Yeah, those particles are pretty sick, huh? Yeah, this is actually another asset that was on the store that I then it was built for the standard render pipeline. It does not work with URP or HDRP, and I pulled it into an empty project and then reconverted all the materials and stuff and reset up all the particles so that it would work with the universal render pipeline. So, where was I going to show you? So graphics, no, it is under quality, I think. Do we not have, we do, okay, so we have different quality pipeline assets set up for the universal pipeline. And I believe, I'm not sure how far I got, but I think I got this far, that if we change this to say low, and apply. I'm not sure if it changed anything. It's supposed to change this pipeline asset to the low quality one, because there's like a low quality, a high quality, and a regular. So it should actually automatically adjust between those. I don't think it's set up to do that. But so real-time GI CPU usage is low, and let's change it back to high and hit apply. And did that change anything? No, I guess that's not set up yet. Looks like brightness isn't working either. Yeah, I never actually finished setting this up. And I want to change the color of these and theme them better for the project. Or maybe put them on tabs. But like this is fine for now. So yeah, we have game settings working. We have audio settings working. We have video settings working. The controls we do not have working yet. I know that these are empty, but you can go to like the keyboard controls, or you could go to the controller controls, because you'll be able to play the game both ways. And these I would actually make tabs up here so you could switch between them, and then change your controls dynamically. So I'll have to set that up next, or not next, but at some point. And yeah, that's all the settings. That's all working. You can then go to the achievement screen, and we've already got, you can see actually, it's set up as a scroll rect. And we've got a test achievement. This is a test achievement. Hey. You could even click on it and have something happen, but I don't have anything set up to do that yet. You could go to the extras screen, which this would be where I put like a link to the Dark Matter Studios social media, or to our website, or even other projects that we've created, etc., and so forth. Oh, and actually in here would be a link to the credits scene, so that you could go look at the credits whenever you want to. And of course they would automatically play when you beat the game. But we're nowhere near that yet. And then last but not least, or actually I didn't show off the start screen. So right now there are no profiles that exist. We could hit new game. It brings up a pop-up where we could then enter our name as Bob. and we could hit start, and it should then load into the game screen, which there's nothing on the game scene. It's, I think, completely empty. But there you go. We hit start, and you can see up here, the game scene has been loaded, but it's just empty. There's nothing here yet. There's no screens. There's a music player, but it has 0 audio cues, so it doesn't play anything. So yeah, we're getting pretty close. We're almost to the point where you can boot up the game and you can go through the main menu and you can select your profile or start a new game, that is, and you enter your name for the new profile. And then it boots up into an empty game scene at the moment. So we actually made a crap ton of progress today. And going forward, now that all of this headache stuff has been figured out, we can get into some of the actual cool stuff of setting up some levels and some characters. Yeah, so I guess next time I will probably be working on maybe finishing up a few things in the main menu, but I really want to get into that empty game scene and start building that out. We'll build out like you'll see I've already got like, so I keep all my project files underneath an _ project folder. I've also got a sandbox folder where this is kind of where I mess around with crap. And so, for example, here is the sandbox A location. And so what we'll do is when we load into the game scene, it should check your save file to know what was your last location or where was your last save point at, basically. And if you don't have one, then it would start you at like the default position, which is like right here, I think. Oh, I thought Unity crashed on me or something. Let's see, path. Yeah, so here is the default entry point. So if you don't have, if you're starting a new game, you don't have a last saved position. So we will spawn the player in here at the default entry position. And then as you can see, I've actually already got a location and environment system set up with parallaxing. Ah, fancy. And I've even got a path system. So for example, this is just a placeholder image, but it is a trigger box collider that should actually be like that, so that when the player walks into this trigger, the sandbox A location should be automatically unloaded, and then you'd be put into the sandbox B location, which is honestly just the same exact thing, but I just mirrored it. So we have 2 different locations, and next time we will work on getting these into the game scene, so that it checks your save file and it either puts you at the default position or your last saved position, wherever that is. And then we should be able to control a character that can walk back and forth between sandbox A and sandbox B. And once we have all that kind of working, we will take these scenes out of the sandbox folder and put them into the project folder, because that'll mean they're like finalized, I guess, as a prototype, that is. So yeah, bro, making really good progress now. I was worried that I was gonna go down a rabbit hole today, especially with everything that was breaking and stopped working on me randomly. And I actually made pretty significant progress for what I was hoping to do. And I know none of it, most of it was not as exciting as it could have been. But I think we are now at the point where going forward we should be doing a lot more exciting stuff, like setting up more locations and characters and character movement, all of that good stuff, right? And then we'll show off a lot of stuff. So I guess one more time before I leave here, let's go ahead and play this splash screen one more time. Or go through the whole loop here. Hurry, read it quick. Read it quick. Too late. I'm just kidding. All right. So yeah. And you can see too that this button is red. That's because I have each screen, this is the main menu screen, has a first selected game object. So if you were using a controller, you could then, navigate through the buttons with your controller, because it already starts you off selecting one of them. And if I go into any other screen, you'll see that they're selected. And then of course you can do it with the mouse too, right? So yeah, I've kind of got all that set up too already. But here we go. We have made good progress today. It should actually be showing our version number down here. Do we not have a version number? I guess we don't. We'll just call this 0.0.1. I don't know if that will save because I'm in play mode, but I think it will. And we don't want to use that Corgi engine icon. We'll use my icon. But I guess the last thing that I didn't show off, well, we got the copyright down here. We have the studio logo, which is a button, by the way. So when you click it, it would actually open the Dark Matter Studios website. And then we should have the version number down here. As well as, I'm pretty sure, yeah, so I have a placeholder for DLC as well, because this is the type of game that would benefit from DLC packs where we add new locations and new enemies and new bosses and stuff at a later point after the initial release, right? So if I turn this on, you can see there's 4 lock icons down in the bottom left. And as you install or purchase the DLC, these would then become the icon related to that DLC so that you would know that it's installed. And then you could also know, oh, there's if I have the first one installed, there's still 3 more that I could purchase or that will be released in the near future. Something like that. So yeah, cool stuff. And then the last thing I was going to show off is, of course, the quit screen, which is, of course, working. And because we're running in the editor, it does know how to quit out of the editor. So if I hit quit, it stops everything. If it were an actual build, it would also do the same. It would close the application. It just does it differently while it's in the editor. So yeah, very good progress today. In fact, before I do anything, before I sign off here, we should save all of this hard work that we did. So what did we do today? So update to Unity 2022.3. Was it 33? I think is the new 333. Yeah, perfect. LTS removes the advanced. No, hold on. We'll get to that. Updates Dark Matter Studios plugins. removes advanced scene manager. And did we do anything else super significant? I think most of the stuff that I changed was actually in the Dark Matter Studios plugins. Let's just double check here. Did I install any new packages? Actually, let's make it sure everything's up to date. We did actually. We did install some new packages. Updates. Well, it updated a lot of stuff, but what I updated specifically was TextMesh Pro to version 3.09. Updates Burst to version 8.16. I like to put the updates that I manually did into here, but some of these other ones like localization, the universal render pipeline, Cinemachine, and all the 2D stuff, that was all automatically done because of the update to the new Unity version. So I don't usually include those. I just include the ones that I touched just so that I know when I go back through the commits, these are the ones that I specifically updated, and anything else I can assume was updated with the editor. And I think the last one was updates toolchain to version 2.0.9. Now, anything else that we significantly changed? Not really. I mean, there are a few things, but this is already a pretty long name for the commit. And I think all of this is covered with the update of Dark Matter Studios plugins, actually. So yeah, cool. So we'll then put an and there, and we'll get rid of the comma. So yeah, let's go ahead and push these changes. Oh, you know what? I meant to remove Corgi Engine as well, but we'll do that tomorrow. Or actually, so I might be streaming again a little bit later tonight. It is technically Fortnite Friday. However, there is a huge Fortnite crossover with Metallica collaboration going on, and that's why I want to stream some Fortnite tonight for Fortnite Friday. But also, not this weekend, but next weekend, there is going to be a huge Fortnite Metallica virtual concert. And I will be streaming that because Metallica is badass, and I want to show that off on stream. And maybe by then I will have my electric guitar plugged into the streaming PC, and then I can even play you guys some music and stuff in between or before or after the concert. So make sure you guys hit that follow button so you're notified when I go live. And not this weekend, but next weekend is the big Metallica concert that I will be showing off, or I'll be streaming it, I guess is what I mean to say. So yeah. But yeah, on that note, guys, I am starting to get kind of hungry. Let's switch back over here to the just chatting scene for now. We'll get some music going again. But yeah, I think I'm about to wrap it up for today. we made quite some progress. We're going to go ahead and close out of everything. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just closing out of everything because I don't want to make any more changes from where I was. I want it to all be saved up in my repo. And close that and exit Unity Hub. And yeah, we made very good progress today. I am very proud of myself. Pat myself on the back. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Mimo. Shout out to Mimo for all of the help he provided today too. He is an awesome support for this channel. You guys should check him out as well. He's got an amazing Twitch channel. Great Unity developer. And yeah. I think I'm going to call it for now. I should be back on a little bit later because I'm going to show off some of the new Metallica stuff that was built into Fortnite. And I will be streaming again tomorrow. So thank you guys all for hanging out today. I very much appreciate you guys. Remember to hit that follow button. Yeah, have a great rest of your evening if I do not see you. And I will talk to you guys later. Peace.